Kool Hits Sports Network and Kool TV proudly present the KHSAA Class A playoffs as Raceland welcomes Holy Cross for the state semifinals and a berth in the state championship. Tonight's game is brought to you in part by Clark's Pump and Shops of the Tri-State, River Cities Builders, A&A Porta Potties, Stoltz Pharmacy, First and People's Bank, Trace Hermanos Mexican Restaurant, Ashland Community and Technical College, Ashland Credit Union, Raceland Christian Church, Members Choice Credit Union, Bowman's Auto and Collision Center, Fairchild Autos, Amy for Africa, and Raceland Worthington Schools. Now let's go to Rams Stadium and the pregame show for Raceland and Holy Cross in the state semifinals of the KHSAA Class A football playoffs on the Kool Hits Sports Network and Kool TV.
And good evening and welcome to Countdown to Kickoff on the Kool Hits Sports Network and Kool TV. I'm James Collier. He's Coach Brent Terry. We're happy to have you along with us here tonight. The state semifinals as the 12-1 Raceland Rams welcome in the 10-3 Holy Cross Cougars. Coach, anytime you're playing football Thanksgiving week, it's a good thing.
Oh, it's an absolutely amazing thing to be playing this time of year. It's something that all the kids dream about, all you hope for, and so when it really happens, you just try to soak it all in.
Something that we've had this week leading into the game, I've got a chance to come over, spend several times at practice, talking with players, with the coaches. A big community event yesterday morning. We're going to talk all about that in just a little bit. But this is a community, it's all about football. And when their team thrives, that community support comes with it.
Absolutely. Like you said, they had a big breakfast yesterday for the kids and a lot of community support. This town, this community is known for the support that they give these Raceland Rams, and these kids feel it, players feel it. They know when they're supported, they know when they're loved, and this Rams community loves their football, they love their Raceland Rams, and it shows us the passion that these kids play with.
Last week, the Rams maybe a little bit of a scare. They had to find some fourth quarter magic to get past Hazard. It was the first time since week 4 the Rams had trailed in the fourth quarter, but you could really tell the poise that they had, and especially they're on that fourth down right before they broke the huddle. Coach Sammons looked at him and said, we need another yard for another 7 days, and that was kind of the composure they had.
It's a belief. You believe you can win. You know you can win deep inside, and that really shows through in those tight moments when adversity strikes. You have that belief and that confidence, and it starts with the coaches, and they believe in those kids, and they feel that belief, and they know they can do anything. So when they're asking to get a yard, they dig deep and get a yard.
When you see a team that runs into that adversity in that spot of the playoffs, how much do you see that pays dividends in those next rounds?
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure maybe deep down the coaches, kind of the way it turned out, it's a good thing to face that adversity because you never know when you're going to get tested. You got maybe this game and then one more game. You don't know when you're going to get that adversity is going to strike again. And so it's great to have that test and passed it. You've passed that test. You've got it to draw on for future adversity.
Both of these teams have experienced play in this round. This is the 5th time under Mike Sammons Raceland has been in a state semifinal. 2nd time that they've played host since winning it. They also played it the first time he was here in 2014. For Holy Cross, this is their 3rd stop, have never passed this mark. A tall challenge tonight for the Cougars.
Absolutely it is. To come on the road, long drive up. When you cross the state like that, the kids have never been here. They really don't know exactly what it's like to play here at Raceland. It's an unfamiliar environment. They're going to be up against a hostile, raucous crowd here in Ramland. So it is a tall task for the Cougars. But they've got some outstanding players, and they're going to give it all they have tonight. I promise you that.
We'll talk about that in just a little bit. Let's take a break. When we come back, we've got all kinds of special features. We're going to start with the offensive line. We've got a feature on the defense. The kicker, Peyton Ison, what a remarkable story he has to tell, and a career milestone that he's chasing as well. And then we'll wrap it up with the coverage from yesterday's Thanksgiving community event here at Raceland Worthington Schools. We are in the state semifinals, and we're happy to have you with us here as we continue on Countdown to Kickoff on the Kool Hits Sports Network.
For those on the go, the smoothie connoisseur, the break room favorite, and for those that just never quite have it all, Clark's has what you need to keep your day on track. Make life easier and keep your busy schedule moving forward with everything you need at Clark's. Clark's Pump and Shop. Return, refresh, refuel.
Does your gas station or convenience store need a facelift? If so, call River City Builders at 473-4112 for your remedy. Big or small projects, River City's Builders is a company for all your needs. We have extensive experience in the petroleum industry, from routine gas dispenser and canopy maintenance to above-ground, underground tank and piping work to full-blown remodels and new builds. Call River City Builders at 473-4112 for all your petroleum needs. We'll cover your back and keep your customers pumping gas.
When you have business away from home or a planned event far from your comfort zone, you're probably going to need a little help. Let A&A Porta Potties assist you with all your portable toilet needs. Whether on a construction site, planning for an outdoor wedding, or any other outdoor event, A&A Porta Potties are here to assist you. A&A Porta Potties also rents out storage containers, office containers, cooling fans, tables, and chairs. A&A Porta Potties, there is no event too big or too small for us to accommodate you.
Funny thing about banks, you go in and apply for a loan here,
but they make their decisions somewhere out of state.
My money is here, my account is here. Why go 100 miles away to make a decision?
At First and People's Bank, the decision is made right here by people you know. Bank local. Bank with the friendly folks at First and People's Bank. The Home Office. Member Equal Housing Lender, FDIC.
And we're back here, our countdown to kickoff on the Cool Hits Sports Network. James Collier, Coach Brent Terry, happy to have you along with us here tonight. And Coach, one thing about tonight is, anybody that happens to be following on with us at home on Kool TV and the Cool Hits Sports Network, we're glad to have them available. But I think the crowd's going to be here tonight. The weather is perfect for especially this late in November.
Oh, for this late in November to have a beautiful night, no rain in sight. It's not that cold. It's perfect for the players. It's a great surface. Everything's perfect for a state semifinal game.
Yeah, especially after the weather we had last week. I mean, it was frigid here. Our cameraman Hunter Masters, he knows all about it. He was the one up on top braving the elements. And but we thought we had possible some snow coming this way last week, and then all of that got out of the way. We had a little bit of rain overnight, but clear skies, beautiful evening for this football game.
And no wind. A lot of times this time of year, wind can be a factor, especially for teams that like to throw the ball around a little bit, but very calm, nice day, good for the receivers, good footing here on the artificial surface. It couldn't be any better.
Yeah, you can't use any excuses for Mother Nature tonight.
Absolutely not.
Coach, let's talk about Raceland's offense. And again, when you look at teams that are successful, especially when they make runs in November and in December, it's because they're successful running the football, successful stopping the run. Raceland's doing both of those this year. Offensively, it starts with those big guys up front.
Absolutely. That offensive line, they are the soul of that team. The heart of the team might be those skilled guys and that quarterback, but that soul of that team, those guys that are responsible for moving other people around, for keeping the guys clean, and the skill positions, giving them some space to work in. Man, you can't do it without those guys. And Raceland's got a really good group up front. They work very well together. They keep it simple, and those guys are very effective, and they really come off, just kind of watching a little bit of film on them, so how hard they come off the football and the way they're able to kind of distort the front of other teams.
They can go into a 21 personnel, a 10 personnel, and never change people who are on the field. And that's something that makes them so versatile. And it's with those five guys up front, it doesn't matter who's behind them. They know what their job is.
Absolutely. When you kind of create those other formations, you can add a tight end to the formation without changing personnel. Now you create extra gaps for the defense, and that kind of distorts that odd front that the Cougars like to play. And so we'll see if they add some tight end in there tonight and create those extra gaps. And it makes it tough to defend when you can do that without running a big tight end on the field. They just move one of their guys down, and that's a huge advantage.
Something that Raceland offers, it all starts at the center position of Drew Burke, and he's kind of the offensive captain, a second quarterback, if you will, with what he does at that position. But they're really big interior. They've got really speed and athletic guys on the edges, and that gives them opportunities to really get creative with how they run their schemes.
Absolutely. When you're able to use your offensive lineman to kind of create numbers at the point of attack by pulling around, they can pull the guard and tackle. They can pull just one of those guys. They can also use a lead back every now and then. I know some on film they do a good job of using an extra guy out of the backfield to kind of get in the point of attack on their isolation game. And so those guys are very athletic up front, and it allows them, like we said, just to kind of create numbers at the point of attack.
Something you'll see from this offensive line as well, they do a really good job of shedding at the line and getting into that second level and getting upfield for that second block.
Yeah, they do a very good job of kind of what we call combo blocking. They kind of get two hats on one and they push, and they'll read that linebacker, and wherever he goes, one of those guys is going to come off and get a hat on him also. And that takes patience and work and teamwork. And so the ability to do that effectively, it really makes your offensive line formidable.
As an offensive line guy, I know you like the offensive line, but when you've got the running back stable that Raceland offers, it starts with Noah Wallace. He's led the surge this year. Jules Farrell, Isaac Browning, Jackson Heighton has also been in the mix. And then don't forget about the quarterback, Logan Lundy, who is also a very vital option of running the football. We saw that last week for the winner. It's something, when you know you've got guys behind you that can produce, it's a lot of fun being up front doing your job.
Oh, absolutely. Those guys make you right so often. You know, if you can just get a hat on a hat, just get a little bit of movement, give those guys a clean run into the line of scrimmage. You get them 2-3 yards into the line of scrimmage clean, those kind of guys will make big plays for you. You can get some chunk yards.
Something Raceland likes to do, they like to run those stretch plays, and you see it so often. They finally get that seal, that crack right on the edge, and a lot of times it's another running back that's leading the charge there, but they've already got a guy upfield ready to block for the next guy.
Absolutely, and you talked about an athletic offensive lineman. You can't run this stretch play without athletic offensive linemen, and they've got to turn and haul, and they do. When they turn and go, and they're able to kind of read that front, when they get one of those guys sealed, that back has his choice of areas to go in. Like we said, those backs make you right. Whether that defensive end wants to stretch and you push him all the way to the boundary, or whether you get him hooked and it hits up quick, those guys got good vision. Those running backs have nice vision, and when they see a seam, they can stick their foot in the ground and go.
Well, we've talked so much about the running attack, but again, with that offensive line, they've done a really nice job this year of keeping Logan Lundy upright and allowing him to go downfield. He's got so many weapons on the receiving side that he can go to as well, and it all starts with Mason Likens.
Mason Likens is an outstanding receiver, but I'm going to go back again. None of those guys get their touches. None of those guys get to throw it down the field without those 5 guys up front, and they are outstanding pass protectors. And again, that takes a lot of teamwork also to pick up the different stunts and blitzes, identifying fronts, and so they do a great job with that. But you're right, Mason Likens is a special weapon, and he draws a lot of eyeballs from the other team.
Well, I had a chance to talk with offensive line coach Mike Francis and Mike Sammons at practice this week, as they had a little bit to say about their offensive line, who has done such a stellar job this year of starting the point of contact at that line of scrimmage for the Rams offense.
Be successful in November and December. Running the ball is a must, and for Raceland, it all starts in the trenches.
You know, they've done a really good job of working at their craft and kind of becoming technicians. You know, it's been a process for them. It's been a few years they've been working at this, and it's kind of like the law of the harvest. You know, you reap what you sow, and I think at this point they're starting to see some of the fruits of their labor, and you can just see technically and what they're able to do with each other and how well they are playing with each other at this point. You know, they're really comfortable in making calls and checking things off, and they seem to be gelling really well at the right time.
Clay Coldiron, Chase Carell, Drew Burke, Reese Winters, and Levi Riley anchor the front 5 for the Rams, and all provide their special knack to the team.
You know, since I've been here, this is probably the most athletic line we've had. Those guys run really well, and we've kind of talked about running really well and getting to running. But, you know, we're a single-A school, so we kind of work with what we got, and we work with the best that we got, and these guys are the best that we got, and I'm lucky to have them this year. Like you said, they're really physical in the interior, and they're really athletic on the edges. And, you know, if they were 6'9", we'd be talking about D1 everywhere. But, you know, these guys are from Raceland Worthington, and they get it done. And we're happy to have them, and they're a solid 1A line for sure.
A run toward a championship starts up front and can set the tone for the entire game.
It does. I always joke, you know, you got to be able to run the ball or stop the run. Or you don't want to be a dog in rush hour on traffic. So you're not going to survive. And so that's who we are. And I think the thing about our offensive line is maybe not the most overwhelming physical type of stature as maybe some other offensive lines. Really cohesive. Played a lot of games together. You're talking about guys who have upwards of 30-plus starts now over the course of parts of 3 seasons. So guys that are collectively experienced and really bought into the cause. And I think when you see guys like a couple weeks ago, we had, I think Connor, somebody break out in the open field and a lineman's trying to chase him. That stuff becomes contagious in the field. And that's what championship football looks like. And our guys up front have really developed that kind of bond, that ability to really know what the other one's going to do before they even do it. And that's helped us. Obviously, some games we haven't had the ball as much as we've had others, but I still think we're running for around 200 yards a game. And I'm going to be confident if we do that the last 2 weeks, we'll be happy with the results.
Francis wants his line to be the most physical at the point of contact and places extra emphasis on owning the line of scrimmage.
It does, and you talk about physicality, and that's easy to just say the word, let's be physical, but, we practice it, we work on it, we work on techniques of being physical, and I think giving those guys those tools, the tools in the toolbox, lets them play their full potential instead of kind of being flabbergasted by something maybe they can't handle.
The Rams hope that one final push by their O-line will be the one that leads them back to Kroger Field and a state championship berth on Friday.
Coach, you hear both coaches there, they talk about the value of running the football. And one of the old jokes that Mike Sammons likes to use around here, he said there's two things that don't survive in November and December. A football that hits our guy in the back of the head, dogs that try to cross the road at rush hour traffic, and teams that can't run the football.
Yeah, and you can throw in pros that putt for pars too. They don't last long either. And so it won't. If you can't run the football effectively, then you're not going to last long in the playoffs like this. We talked about a good weather night, but a lot of times it's not. You got to rely on that running game. You never know when you're going to have to completely, put it on those guys up front. And they can anytime, regardless of the weather. They want to do, when things aren't going right, they can put it on their shoulders, those guys up front, and they can get it done.
Well, let's talk about the opponents tonight, the Holy Cross Cougars. And I talked with Coach Mark Lewis, the defensive coordinator, at length this week, and one of the things he pointed out, the head of the snake of this team is their quarterback, Chris Perry, but he's also their leading rusher. He's thrown for almost 1,500. He's rushed for 1,000, and he's a guy that Coach Mike Sammons said it best. When things break down, he's at his best.
Yeah, he can turn nothing into something in a heartbeat. He's very effective in the pocket. He's very effective on the run. He's a guy that you probably would like to keep in the pocket more often than not, but he can do a little bit of everything, and you're going to have your hands full. He's certainly the guy that you've got to stop. He's averaging nearly 200 yards of total offense himself, so you've got to figure the game plan is to put the brakes on Mr. Perry.
You look at the Raceland defense as we start to transition a little bit toward the defense side of things here. Raceland, #1 in Class Single A. They're in the top 10 in all of state in rushing defense. Also one of the top 10 teams in the state in scoring, giving up just under 11 points a game while putting up 43 of their own. They have gone up against the top 5 running backs in Class Single A throughout this season, and all 5 have been held to 100 yards or less under their season average. They've got another test here tonight.
Absolutely. And Perry, one of the things that the quarterback running does is it equates the numbers. Using your quarterback as a de facto tailback, in theory, gives you some numbers in the box, and then if you decide to add to the box, then he can take advantage in the passing game. So the thing is going to be, can they keep that 7 in the box integrity versus their 2x2 or 3x1 sets and still stop Chris Perry in the running game? And if they can do that, then it's going to be a good night for the Rams.
Something Raceland likes to do, Coach Sammons calls it, the safety gets his nose dirty, gets down there in the box, and Noah Wallace, he's one of the best in the area, leading the team in tacklers, Defensive Player of the Year, the EKC this year. He's a guy that he hawks to the ball, but he's got to be very cautious tonight to not get caught looking in there trying to find number 4 wearing number 1 tonight because he's got the away jersey, and then all of a sudden they go over top for the home run ball.
Right, they can go over top, but also everybody's got to maintain gap integrity in a guy like this, because even though the play may be designed to go off tackle to the right or in the A gap to the right, he can bounce that thing. He's going to bounce it left, right. He maybe come out of the pile anywhere. So everybody's got to do a good job of maintaining their gap integrity, pursuing the ball once you know where it's at, but not too soon. Everybody's got to do their job, stay home, and maintain your gap until you're for sure where that ball's going to break.
Black jerseys on Black Friday. That's the scene here tonight as we get you ready for kickoff. It's the state semifinals. Our coverage continues when we return after this on Countdown to Kickoff on the Kool Hits Sports Network.
When you want real, authentic Mexican menu items, you want Tres Hermanos Nunez. Accept no substitutes. None compares. Fajitas, tacos, burritos, quesadillas, chimichangas, even vegetarian choices. A kids menu, desserts, and salads. A tasty, budget-pleasing selection for you and your family, unlike any others. Should be your first and only choice for authentic Mexican all throughout the tri-state. Ashland, Greenup, Grayson, Paintsville, Canova, South Point, Olive Hill, and Cannonsburg. Tres Hermanos Nunez, the best around. In addition to the Greenup location, Stultz Pharmacy's newest location is at 437 James Hanna Drive in South Shore, but has retained the name you know and love, McDonald Pharmacy, with the same great service you'll find in the Greenup location, with free delivery service and their convenient drive-through. Get your vaccinations and allergy shots, and of course, great prescription service at Stultz Pharmacy in Greenup and McDonald Pharmacy, James Hanna Drive, South Shore.
Stultz Pharmacy. Doubt, stress, anxiety, frustration, that was yesterday. Today is your day to get back on track to a brighter future. At Ashland Community and Technical College, we're open and ready to help now. With ridiculously affordable, amazingly flexible classes that can lead to highly paid positions in IT, healthcare, and more. The real world's tough, but not as tough as you. Visit kctcs.edu/findyourcareer.
Hey Rams fans, would you do anything to support your team? What about switching your checking account? With Ashland Credit Union's debit card, you can support your favorite team. Every time you make an eligible purchase with your debit card, Ashland Credit Union donates 10 cents on your behalf to the Senior Assistance Program. Sign up for your favorite team's debit card today at Ashland Credit Union, 1300 Central Avenue, Ashland. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by NCUA.
And back here on Countdown to Kickoff on the Kool Hits Sports Network, James Collier, Coach Brent Terry, happy to have you along with us here. Semifinals here at Rams Stadium between Raceland and Holy Cross. Coach, let's preview one of the segments coming up just a little bit ago. So this is the shoe of Raceland kicker Peyton Ison. And notice it's a little different than normal cleats. He kicks with the square toe, very straight on and stuff. It's a very unorthodox style of kicking. And I brought this thing over, he said, I think it's like from 1920 or something. It's way back.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen one of those. I think Larry McLeod, 1992, and a long time ago, he kicked with a square toe, and I'm not sure I've seen one since. So it's been a while since I've seen one of those. You say unorthodox, unorthodox for today, but 30 years ago, 40 years ago, that was the way that's the way it was done.
Let's talk some defense, and when you look at Raceland, that's where their bread and butter has been this year. Outscoring their opponents 43 to almost 11 each game, and it's been to where the offense doesn't have to be perfect because the defense has really been able to bail them out.
Yeah, they're so aggressive up front. They do a good. They're so fast in that 7 interior guys. They really hawk to the ball. They do a good job of maintaining angles in their pursuit, which is not easy to do. Everybody just says run to the ball, but it's not that easy. And they do a good job of pursuing the ball inside out. They always have an edge setter that turns that ball back to that pursuit. And it's really an art to teamwork defense.
When you run an odd front, the 3-4, which is what they prefer, you put a lot of faith in those guys behind you. And at that linebacking core, it has been year in and year out. When you talk about Raceland defense, it's set by those linebackers.
Yeah, those guys have got a lot to do because they're not always clean. You got 3 guys up front, you said in an odd front, and so they do a good job of drawing as many blocks as they can. But those guys, those linebackers, also have to shed off some blocks. So they got to do a good job of knowing what shoulder to take the block on with, what arm and leg to leave free, and they do a good job of bouncing the ball to their buddy on the isolation, inside zone play. They're able to take those guys on, maintain their gaps, and put the ball where it's supposed to be so the free hitter, those safeties, can make a play.
Talking with Coach Mark Lewis this week, and something he said, the linebackers are all new. The difference, Jackson Height was an outside linebacker this year. He moves inside. You've got Braden Webb on the inside. Outside linebackers do a little bit different job than those inside linebackers, and each one of them have their own roles.
Yeah, those guys got to be really, they got to be able to do a lot of different stuff. In the run game, they got to be able to set the edge on the sweep, jet sweep, any kind of stretch play. So they got to get up there and really play tough. Sometimes they got to take on pulling offensive linemen. So they got tough jobs. Then in the pass game, they may have to take a back out of the backfield, and they have to drop in their zone and take an inside, a dig route or something coming from the secondary. So their athleticism and toughness from those outside linebackers is impressive.
Watching some film this week on Holy Cross, one of the things they will do in the passing game, they like the swing routes, the wheel routes, the quick outs, those quick hitters, getting their speedy guys in space, and that's something Raceland's done a really good job with this year.
Yeah, tackling in space is something that everybody's got to do these days, and Raceland's done it extremely well. And they're going to have a challenge tonight because that's a big part of that Cougar offense is getting some space for their guys to work in. And so you're going to have to play off some blocks, and you're going to have some one-on-one, some solo tackles in space. And if you can make those, then you can hold it to short games. But you miss one tackle, and it can be off to the races.
Chris Perry, 12 touchdowns, 8 interceptions on the season. When you look at the secondary for Raceland, top of the state, 22 interceptions. They're tied with Warren East for that mark. It's all led by Jules Farrell. They've got 3 interceptions for return for touchdowns. They really know how to get to the football, and more importantly, they really defend it well.
Yeah, those guys play the ball in the air very well. They do a nice job of staying in phase with the receiver and then using their eye. They get their heads around, they find the ball, and they're able to make a play on the ball. But a lot of times those interceptions, those good plays in the back end start with some pressure up front, and that D-line is able to kind of push the pocket around and make the quarterback uncomfortable, force him into throwing some balls he doesn't want to, and if he's not right on target, then those guys are there to knock it down or pick it off.
We've talked about the ability for Chris Perry, the way that he likes to move, and how when things break down, that's when he's at his best. When you've got that odd front and those linebackers, you get the press up the middle and you force him to scramble. How much does it put the pressure on those outside guys?
Well, absolutely, because it forces them into a choice. If Perry breaks the pocket, how long do I stay in coverage and stay on my guy versus come on up and make the play? So, that can kind of put some pressure on those guys. And typically the rule is we're going to make him commit, make him get to the line of scrimmage before we break coverage. So that's how they'll have to play it tonight. But it does put some pressure on those outside linebackers.
I know it was one of the things I was talking with Coach Sammons this week, and he said in film study they watched that is Perry is a kid that he'll draw you, not get to the line of scrimmage, and then pops it over top and hits you and get you burnt. That's something Raceland has to make certain they make him commit.
Absolutely. You don't want to give up the big throw, right? So you force him into, you've got him in front of you. You can force him into, you stay back, force him into putting it down, pulling it down, and running the ball, and then you can kind of rally to him and keep it to a minimal game and force him into, then eventually he gets tired of that. Hopefully you force him into a bad decision and you're there for a turnover.
I talked with Coach Mark Lewis, his 50th season as an assistant coach. He spent several years over at Ironton before moving over here to Raceland. And I think one of the things that I took away from our sessions this week, he said, at this time of the year, you know what the other coach is doing. They're not going to change their game plan. You are who you are. Kind of kid, he said, a zebra doesn't change its stripes.
That's right. Nobody's adding any big concepts this time of year. So it really comes down to execution. You might have a wrinkle here and there. It may bring out a play you haven't run for a little bit. But honestly, it's going to come down to who executes better tonight. And those are the teams that are going to move on.
Well, we've talked so much about Raceland's defense this year, and they have really shown why they are one of the top in the state. I had a chance to speak with Coach Mark Lewis, Coach Mike Sammons, and even Braden Webb jumped in there for a little bit as they preview tonight's matchup on the defensive side against Holy Cross.
Stopping the run is a must to be successful, but the Rams have taken it to another level this season. So much that the visiting PA announcers just say stopped by a host of Rams rather than the actual tackler. The reason? There are typically 4 players or more on every tackle of every play.
Well, that's really a great quality for any team if you can get the number of guys to run to the ball, especially on wide plays. Obviously in the box, that's just a scrum. But when they're running tosses outside, and we've got basically 10 guys sometimes all running to the ball.
Coach Lewis works in his 50th year as a coach and believes a simplistic approach is the best for his team.
I tell my guys, we'll do the same drills today that we did day one. And, they've hopefully continued to do those things. Sometimes it doesn't always work, but I think they just bought in, and also all four can run, and that's the biggest quality. In today's game, you have to be able to run to the ball so fast. You got to cover sideline to sideline, and if you can't do that, you're not going to be very successful.
Rams inside linebacker Braden Webb said the message from Lewis at practice is the same, no matter who the opponent may be.
Every day at practice, run of the ball is preached 24/7 on defense, and anything if we're doing on defense, it's always run of the ball, run of the ball. Everyone wants to be run the ball.
Lewis approaches the game plan with the belief that at this point of the season, a zebra won't change its stripes.
Most coaches, especially as the season goes on, pretty much have got what they're going to do. There's nothing new that you haven't seen. And it's, if you get into that, you just scheme what you want your guys to do to stop the run. Mike and I both believe that you got to stop the run first, regardless, because it is a helpless feeling out there if somebody's running the ball down your throat and you can't stop them.
Rams coach Mike Salmon says the success his team has seen on the defensive side of the ball leads to a positive outcome each week.
You have successful habits, and all of a sudden it's easy to believe in. So, in a lot of sense, it becomes brainwashed. Well, we run to the ball, we're going to stop people. And so it becomes contagious in that regard. And then, the results speak for themselves. I think that's really what's rallied our guys on that side of the ball.
And when one player makes a big stop, Lewis says it just gets everyone ready to make another.
Makes the kids, they have a hunger, it's, you don't have to yell at them, it's automatic. Makes it much easier to coach.
Raceland is one of 24 teams across the state still playing tonight, with a trip to Lexington next Friday on their minds.
In programs, that's what your goal is. It was our goal from day one. You got to do all the things right. You got to win the games, and our goal was like with the RPI to finish first or second to get a home field, and we did that. But getting to the finals for us here, it's we've been there once in the history. It just means we've worked hard, and it'll be a great experience. Hopefully we can get it done this week and move on.
Raceland's defense ranks in the top 10 of the state in points and rushing yards allowed. If the Rams can turn in yet another stellar defensive effort this evening, a stop at Kroger Field will be on the upcoming plans for the Rams next Friday.
We've heard about it, we've talked about it and stuff, but November and December football, it's all because of what happens on that defensive side.
Yeah, you got to be able to stop the run, and that defense is going to be paramount. Be paramount in winning this game tonight. Without them, doing their thing, then it's going to put a lot of pressure on that offense. You talked about that earlier. The defense has been so good, they've been able to alleviate that pressure on the offense, and that would be a bonus tonight.
Setting the tone on the defensive side of things, especially in this round, how important has that been? And that's something that Raceland has done so well this year, of really setting the tone, even when the offense may be a little slow to come out of the gate, but really setting the tone on the defensive line.
Nothing gets a team excited like a big hit or a big play from the defense. It gets your team excited, your sideline, it gets the crowd going. So setting the tone on defense, and nothing is more demoralizing on offense when you can't get anything going, when you can't run the ball, when you can't do the things you're used to do, and then it puts you in a panic mode on offense. And so this Raceland defense can panic offenses.
Speaking of that, what do you look at when you see Holy Cross, what they have to do offensively to try to find a little way to maybe crack at the armor of this Raceland defense?
Well, it's going to start up front for them too. And if those 5 guys up front can't handle the 3 down and those 2 outside backers or those 2 inside backers in the run game, then that's going to put a lot of pressure on Perry to be effective in the passing game. And that's maybe not something they want to do a whole lot of. So can those guys up front, can they hold their own? Can they get a little push on Raceland's front? We'll see. I think that's going to be the ticket for them.
Looking at a dual threat quarterback like what you see with Perry, is this a place as a defensive guy that you think zero blitz is something that you like because it's a hero or zero if it hits?
Absolutely. I think they'll pick their spots. I think that's the thing where you got to be really careful. You don't want to put yourself in a situation with such an athletic, dynamic player at quarterback to where if he makes one guy miss that he can house it. So you maybe lay back a little bit, force him to kind of to be patient himself, and then you can kind of rally to him and get a lot of people in him and corral him more than just one guy having to make a play.
Now looking at the Cougars defensively, something that their numbers jump off the table. They've registered statistically a lot of tackles for loss and a lot of sacks. But the one thing that you have to look at, have they faced the powerful running attack that Raceland is going to possess here tonight?
Yeah, you know, I haven't seen them play a ton of games, watched a little bit of film there, but you know, to register that many sacks is really unbelievable. So they must be really get a defense that really penetrates, gets up the field a lot. That can get you in some trouble against the trap game. So, you know, is their defense going to be disciplined enough to take all that the Raceland offense throws at it? That, I guess, will remain to be seen.
You see a team like that you see a lot of tackles for loss, a lot of sacks. That means a lot of pressure's coming. Yeah. That opens up those underneath routes for Raceland, and that's something they do very well.
Absolutely. The offensive line can pick up the stunt, keep the pocket fairly clean, and give Lundy just enough time. You know, those receivers will get open. They're going to beat their guy most of the time. And so getting the ball out of his hands quick against that pressure will be important.
Something that Raceland likes to do offensively, too, in the passing game, they really like the bubble screens. And when you've got a lot of pressure, what's up, big man? That's Drew Burke right there, by the way. Something that you like to do when you got a lot of pressure up front, get the ball on the outside and let your speed guys go to work.
Absolutely. You take a look at the numbers. You know, if they're giving you 3 over 3, that's something you can do. You're giving 2 over 3 out there on the perimeter. You can whip it out there in the bubble screen. You get 2 blocks and you get a big gain. It really is an extension of your perimeter run game. And so if the numbers dictate that you've got that, you can whip it out there. They start playing 4 over 3 to your trips and they're trying to take the bubble away. That's when you got to be able to get back to your inside run game.
Something that Hazard did last week, especially there in the second half, they started bracketing Likens over top. They gave him safety help. When you get that option, though, how efficient can Logan Lundy be with his eyes of looking that safety off and then bringing that second level back in?
Right, that's really important, you know. So if they try to take Likens away, then one of those other receivers has got to step up. That's going to create some one-on-one coverage for them. And so if they're able to beat their man in single coverage and Lundy recognizes the bracket coverage, he's got plenty of weapons. He doesn't have to force the ball in there. Take what the defense gives you. That's easier said than done. A lot of people just say, just take what they give you. It's not always that easy. A lot of recognition, a lot of teamwork, a lot of good routes, a lot of timing go into that. So if they can recognize that they're taking Likens away, there will be other options.
We'll see how it plays with that.
Yep.
Well, another big part of this game, and especially anytime you get this deep in the playoffs, is the kicking game. And the Rams fans know all too well this goalpost off to our left as we stand here on the sideline. That was the famous goalpost that the kick heard round Raceland. Luke Leemaster booted the 37-yarder that kicked the Rams to Kroger Field back in 2017, and the Rams' first and only trip into a state championship. This year, Peyton Ison has been stellar, setting records and rewriting the record book. He's after a career milestone here tonight, but his most important thing, he would want to kick his team into that state finals again. And Coach, when you get into the kicking game, the special team, at the playoff level, the higher the stakes are, the more important those mistakes become.
Absolutely. You know, you want to be solid in the kicking game. A lot of that hidden yardage that people talk about, you make sure that your return game is solid, that you're getting as many yards out of the return game as you can, no turnovers, and you don't want to give up something cheap. You know, you bring a Cougars team in here that they've got some explosive players, so kick coverage will be important tonight, making sure that you don't give up anything that you shouldn't in the kicking game.
Well, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll continue talking about the kicking game and a special feature on Raceland's kicker, Peyton Ison. That's as we continue here on Countdown to Kickoff on the Kool Sports Network.
Raceland Christian Church, 210 Caroline Road, wishes all of our area athletes the best as they compete in their respective seasons. May you be encouraged by your church family to run with endurance the race set before you in such a way as pleases Jesus so that you gain the prize that never fades away. Raceland Christian Church meets Sunday at 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. at 210 Caroline Road, Raceland. Visit us online at racelandchristian.com.
You know, financial security begins at home with home ownership. If you've been putting off looking for a home because you think you can't afford it, you owe it to yourself to check out Members Choice Credit Union. Members Choice Credit Union has programs for first-time home buyers and more to help put you in the home of your dreams. Call, click, or stop by Members Choice Credit Union today.
Members Choice Credit Union, NMLS 411945, Equal Housing Lender. Call for additional information. Other restrictions may apply. If you've been in a wreck or need work done on your vehicle, Bowman's Auto Service is the place to go. If you've had engine problems, need a tune-up, oil change, or maybe you need a transmission flush, the place to go is Bowman's Auto Service. Bowman's Auto Service on Lexington Avenue in Flatwoods is an I-CAR Gold certified collision repair shop and an ASE certified mechanical shop. They've been in the business for over 30 years and they repair and fix all makes and models. Bowman's uses computer diagnostic and they work with all insurance companies. Bowman's Auto Service, Lexington Avenue in Flatwoods. Call 836-0837.
Serving the communities of Raceland and Worthington since 1928, Raceland schools have been a beacon of learning and growth in the tri-state. A private school education at a public school price. Raceland's distinguished schools are a caring place where students can learn and grow. Committed to the future, Raceland's academic and arts programs rank among the top in the state, and test scores are among the highest in the area. Oh yeah, our football team isn't too bad either. We are Raceland, and this is home.
And we're back here on Countdown to Kickoff on the Kool Sports Network. Right at about 51 minutes to go before kickoff in the state semifinals, Raceland and Holy Cross. James Collier and the coach Brent Terry, happy to have you along with us. You see there in your screen, routines. Coach, you look at the kicking game, it's a game of habit. It's going through your marks, hitting your spots. I talked with Peyton some this week and watched him going through his warm-up and his routine. It's all about muscle memory. Kind of anything that you think of, it's hitting those spots same time after time.
Absolutely. The operation of the long snap, the hold, and getting the kick up on time is just repetition. You do it all the time. So that way when you have to do it under pressure, you block all that out and you say, we've done this 1,000 times, literally. And so that you're able just to snap it, hold it, and kick it without any pressure.
You also add in the elements for the kicker to be able to get that kick away. Mm-hmm. There's two other things that has to happen. You have to have a clean snap. You have to have a clean hold. You've got two of the better players for Raceland that works with Peyton Ison. Ben Taylor's going to snap it. Connor Hughes is going to put it down, and they've been a trio between Peyton Ison adding that third one in there. That's been really good.
Yeah, that holder kind of is he's kind of the quarterback of that group, and he's going to make sure that everybody's set, everybody's ready to go, the long snapper's ready, the kicker's ready, and then he'll call the cadence, he'll make the move for the ball to be snapped. And then, like you said, from there, it's just repetition. It's just making sure that everybody does their job and you get a clean operation and a good kick.
Something that you also have there with Connor Hughes is he's a more of a scat back. He can do a little bit of everything. He's got 49 career touchdowns between rushing, quarterback, and receiving. He's after a career milestone here tonight after coming back there for a couple weeks out on injury.
Yeah, just an amazing job that he's done this year, and he's done it for so long, and so his importance to this team, it's hard to measure, the ability to be that reliable over that long a period of time.
Well, Peyton Ison, he does everything week in and week out for this Raceland team. But this young man has certainly had challenges through his life. They all started at a very young age, when Peyton Ison found himself in a battle for his life at the age of only 2.
Peyton Ison has been overcoming challenges before he was old enough to even remember them. At the age of only 2, Ison faced the biggest challenge of his life when a serious heart condition caused his life as a kid to come to a screeching halt.
It was an aortic valve, was ripped off, and I wasn't allowed to do anything until I was about 12, I think, until I could really start. I think 6th grade year was when my first football. And then I didn't play till freshman, and then I come out and kicked. That's when he messaged me, and he saw me kick it on the field and said, hey, we need you to come out here and help us out.
Ison's father said Peyton wanted to join his friends on the field, but they were hesitant about him joining a contact sport.
He finally got cleared. He wanted to play because all his buddies were playing. He'd never played before, so we was really cautious because, you don't know. The doctor said he's okay, but you take that one hit where he had that aorta fixed and stuff, so it was very nerve-wracking, but he loved it. He gave it a shot a couple of years and just didn't really, he was so far behind because, you're talking early middle school, it's somewhere around there. I can't remember exactly, 5th, 6th grade. So he was really behind. So he loved it. He loved being with his friends. That's all he wanted to do. He didn't care if he played, but he just didn't really fit in. And then, of course, the kicking thing came around. It's like, hey, he found his niche. A little less stress. He's not out here getting killed, even though he has been took a couple shots. But yeah, it was nerve-wracking.
Peyton received an invitation to practice from Coach Sammons and hasn't looked back since.
And then I think one day we're at the JFL field or something, and I said, he was kicking. I said, well, just come kick tomorrow in practice. Nonchalantly, not meaning literally nothing by it. And lo and behold, he did. And so I think as time went on, and I talked about this before, he's really worked at his craft.
Perhaps an unorthodox way of landing a starting position was fitting for Ison, who uses an unorthodox kicking technique as well.
I used to just kick with a regular cleat that anybody else does. But so one day I was out here and Coach Lewis brought some shoe out of the locker room, and I was like, what is the purpose of this? And so I've done it ever since, and it's helped me tremendously.
In Ison's final game at Rams Stadium, a career milestone looms in the balance on his next PAT attempt, as a make will give the senior number 150.
That's awesome. I mean, I don't know. Susan was talking to somebody the other day about trying to figure out, how many PATs in a game, this and that. Of course, I don't get caught up in that. And he could, I'm going to be honest with you, when it comes to stats, number, he could care less. I say, hey, you need to do this. Hey, you need to do this. He don't care. He always worried about the win. But it's pretty cool. 150, I mean, it's hard to believe. That's a bunch. I guess if you look at the number, it don't seem like a lot, but extra points when you're only kicking after a touchdown, that's a bunch. It'd be pretty cool. I hope he gets the chance, It would be an honor for him. I'd be tickled for him.
When Salmons heard the statistical number, he was left in awe at the enormity the number itself represents.
Again, a stat I would have never known. A phenomenal number. I did see something the other day where he kicked 60 extra points this year, and I thought to myself, that seems like an outlandish number. That seems high to me, and it must be high. So go back to Luke. So it's funny how life works and Raceland football works. So Luke was actually similar to Peyton. He didn't have a health condition, but Luke was actually in the band. So Luke was banned and wanted to play football. You can do both. And then one thing led to another where he wasn't able to do the band no more. So then he became a full-time kicker. Again, a guy who just worked at his craft. And then so here comes Peyton, some type of health condition, worked and made himself a kicker. And so I remember the first extra point he kicked. I can't exactly remember where it was, but we were playing Fairview. I don't know if it was here or in Westwood, but it was not successful. And he may have just been a freshman. I can't remember exactly. He'd been in the district game for the second month of the year, just trying to figure out who he was. And
Luke Leemaster kicked the Rams to the state title in 2017, and Ison had the best seat in the house for the kick.
And the funny thing is, when he kicked that field goal, I was sitting under the goalpost from where he kicked that at, and I was watching it go through, and I was like, man, that'd be nice to just do that one time. And so just to have the honor to be playing right now, as some teams don't really have the chance to play now, it's just a blessing that we're out here practicing in November, and it's just like a career day just to be able to play on Thanksgiving.
When he was asked about his go-to spot on the field for a potential game winner, Ison just chuckled and said anywhere on the field.
You hear the story of Peyton Ison and the journey that young man has been through. And it was funny when I was talking with Coach Salmon's coach. He said he saw Peyton kicking at JFL one day and just kind of kidding. He said, hey, won't you come over and kick for us in practice? And didn't mean anything by it. And he said, next day, lo and behold, Peyton shows up, and it's been kind of set in stone since.
Wow, it's an amazing story, really, the adversity that he's come through, and then to be such a big part of this team is a great story.
Kicking for career PAT number 150, that first one that flashed through tonight. Again, milestones are something that you like to look back at when you get done, but I had a chance to speak with his dad, and even he was blown away. Was like, wow, I never realized it. And when I talked to Coach Salmons, and he said, that number seems really high, and he goes, then you think back at it, I guess it really is.
Yeah, that's a lot of PAT. That's a lot of consistency. But I'm sure the number one thing for him is he's just glad he can help his team. That's the most important thing about every kick. I'm sure is just he'll look back on it as just I did my best for my team, and that's what he'll remember.
I kidded with him. I said, so you get a chance tonight to kick the game winner. Where do you want it on the field? He goes, I don't care. Just give me a chance to kick it. He was standing underneath that goalpost back in 2017 when Luke Leemaster kicked that shot. How crazy would it be for him to have that opportunity tonight?
Wow, that would be an unbelievable story. To go from being under that goalpost when it's kicked to kicking it through that goalpost. That's stuff that movies are made out of.
No, I'm sure the Rams fans are home saying, no, listen, we love Peyton and all, but we don't want it to be anywhere close like that. We want Peyton to boot it through and let's be done with it. Yeah. But again, the kicking game, it's one of those elements of the game. Nobody really cares until it's something really big or something really bad.
That's right, till something goes wrong. Nobody cares about the punt until the long snapper snaps it over the guy's head. And, I saw it last week in a playoff game in West Virginia, and it completely turned the game around. You have a very low percentage advantage of winning the game if you get a punt blocked. You know, that's one of the more crucial things that can happen. So attention to detail in the kicking game is always important. It's something that always keeps coaches up at night is, have we covered everything we need to do in the kicking game?
Well, the kicking game, the other side of that too, punting the football is not something that Raceland has had to do a lot this year. Only 16 punts, but they're averaging almost 41 yards a kick. And Mason Likens has typically been the man back there. And when you can put the ball out for 41 yards, that flips the field.
Absolutely. When you give your defense, when you're making the other team start in that negative field position, you know, that's just a boost to your defense. And a defense like that, if you give the other team a long field, chances are that defense is going to come up with a stop somewhere down through there.
When you look at Holy Cross and the kicking game that they bring in, the Hardesty kid, he's phenomenal. Last week, he caught a touchdown, kicked his own PAT, and in the next series, kicked a 36-yard field goal.
Yeah, that's in single A football. You got to have guys that do it all. You know, and Hardesty's one of those guys that can be a receiver. He can take it out of the backfield, and he can make a field goal, obviously. So you know, he's up around 90% on his PATs, which is very impressive for anybody.
Yeah, so I think the kicking game is obviously an element that we keep a close eye on tonight, but really had a great time talking with Peyton and his family this week. Let's take a break. When we return, we'll continue our coverage as we get you ready for kickoff. We've got about 39 minutes before the state semifinals gets underway between Raceland and Holy Cross, and our coverage continues after this on Countdown to Kickoff on the Kool Sports Network.
Hello, football fans. This is Amy with the Amy for Africa Ministry. We want to say happy Thanksgiving. We have so much to be thankful for. God has blessed us with football, great schools, a nation that is free, but above all, God sent his son to die for us, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. That alone is a reason to thank God every day. He is good. Happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy your families, enjoy football, and don't forget, go Rams.
Fairchild Auto has a great selection of pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with in-house financing. Buy here, pay here. Everyone can be approved. Payments as low as $200 a month are available. From the moment you step on the lot until you drive away in your next car, your buying experience with Fairchild's Auto Sales is their #1 priority. Use the expertise and resources of their great sales staff to find the right car at the right price. Call 606-494-2030 to schedule your test drive.
Does your gas station or convenience store need a facelift? If so, call River City Builders at 473-4112 for your remedy. Big or small projects, River City's Builders is a company for all your needs. We have extensive experience in the petroleum industry, from routine gas dispenser and canopy maintenance to above-ground, underground tank and piping work to full-blown remodels and new builds. Call River City Builders at 473-4112 for all your petroleum needs. We'll cover your back and keep your customers pumping gas.
For those on the go, the smoothie connoisseur, the break room favorite, and for those that just never quite have it all, Clark's has what you need to keep your day on track. Make life easier and keep your busy schedule moving forward with everything you need at Clark's. Clark's Pump and Shop. Return, refresh, refuel.
Back here on Countdown to Kickoff on the Kool Sports Network. James Collier, Coach Brent Terry, happy to have you along with us. Both teams out on the field going through their pregame warm-ups. Coach, as the old ages say, hay's in the barn, it's time for a game.
Yeah, starting to fill a little bit. Stands are filling up. The band's here. Cheerleaders are cheering. Both teams out on the field. It's a great night. You can really start to feel the energy in the stadium right now. And there's nothing like high school football on Friday, especially Black Friday, state semis. It's going to be a great one.
24 teams remain in the state that's still alive tonight. That trims down to only 12 next week, and this is a big one here for both of these teams.
Yeah, to be the last two standing in your class is something special, and to get it, I can remember in 16 when we had at Spring Valley had a chance to go to the state championship. The first time it was really sweet. The second time, knowing that you kind of knew what was coming, it was even better that second time. And so that's what they're trying to do tonight.
I think you look at Raceland and coming in this year, I don't want to say it was a goal of making it to the state championship. I think with the team they had on all the pieces, this was the expectation. They've got to take care of business.
Absolutely. You know, I think we talked about that confidence that they play with a little bit earlier, and they do. They play with a lot of confidence. They play with a lot of belief. That comes from the staff, the community. Everybody believes that they deserve to be here, and they absolutely believe they're going to win this game tonight, and that's what it takes.
Well, we talk about the community, and you pointed out stands are starting to fill up. They've been tailgating out on the outside since about 5 o'clock this evening. And this community, everything that is Raceland, it means a lot to them. And it showed yesterday morning when they really poured out to come out and support the team. When you see a community that gives so much support around its program, what does that do for the team that's on the field?
Well, it just fills them with confidence, and it fills them with an idea that they're going to play hard because they don't want to let these people down. They know that it's not just not important to them, but they know it's important to their neighbors. It's important to the community as a whole. It's important to the school. So they don't want to let their neighbors and their teammates and their community down, and that just gives you an extra gear. That gives you something else to play for.
Your time at Spring Valley there in Class AAA, that would be kind of the equivalent of 5 and 6A here in Kentucky. But compare Class Single A in West Virginia to Class Single A in Kentucky.
Oh, I think the Single A teams, you look at in West Virginia, the top tier teams in Single A, Wheeling Central, Williamstown, St. Mary's, very comparable. You know, Wheeling Central kind of they've done really well in Single A over the years. I think Raceland would be right at the top, right in that top tier. You know, you can even make an argument they might be one of the. You know, I was talking to someone earlier today, and I think Raceland's a quarterfinalist, maybe in AAA in West Virginia. They're a really good football team, and I can't wait to watch them play tonight.
Well, something that you hear around Raceland is their motto is "This is home," and it's on the outside of the press box when you come into this place. But when you talk about Raceland, everybody first points to Raceland football.
Absolutely. It's really a neat feeling. I haven't been to a game here in a long time, but you can just, you know, as I came in, the tailgating that was going on, the organization, everybody is so bought in. And when you get that community buy-in, man, it is something special.
Well, it was something special yesterday morning. Thanksgiving morning, everybody's ready to carve up the turkeys, but the Rams do something very special anytime they make it into this round. They play a kind of a community event in which everybody is welcome to attend, a free breakfast. All of the players, everyone that comes in is fed very well. And then they come over and they have about a 90-minute open practice that the community is invited to join. I had a chance to stop by and take in some of the events from yesterday morning and speak to some of the members from the community.
And turkey go hand in hand. So does community support and Raceland, as nearly 300 people joined the team for breakfast before practice yesterday.
Things like this are not possible without everybody. No one person is responsible for things like this. It takes all of us, all right? Just like it'll take all of us tomorrow night.
Raceland coach Mike Salmon says he expects an atmosphere like no other this season. And although he took a moment to tell everyone the time for kickoff, he knew it was more of a formality than a needed reminder.
It is a 7:30 kickoff. I'm sure the stadium will be electric starting about, I don't know, probably 8 o'clock in the morning. This morning I already saw a few chairs and in, so I think people are a little excited.
Worthington Mayor Jason Flocker jokingly gave the city a reminder before heading to the game tonight.
I always tell people on Friday nights, whoever's the last one in town, turn the lights off. Everybody's going to be at the football game.
Greenup County Judge Executive-elect Bobby Hall said Raceland football and the community support are connected by one single word.
Tradition. Thanksgiving's a tradition. Look around. This is a big tradition as well. This is not their first rodeo. I know of 5 times they've had this breakfast, and this crowd, that's the definition of community. That's the definition of tradition.
Flocker says the community has always backed the student athletes for as long as he can remember.
I've been to schools I've been in since I graduated in '93, and I mean, it's just people's outpouring for the support of any sport of Raceland is great.
Raceland coach Mike Salmon says the event was a great kickoff for tonight's semifinal that is intertwined with Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's a great way to start your Thanksgiving with the community and the people you're really thankful for. It's what the day's all about. Obviously, we're grateful to still be playing football. And when you get this kind of people together that I think really care about each other after a common cause, that's what that's what the holiday's about. And that's what this town's really about. And so days like today are special. Like I said before I talked to everybody, we don't ever want to be guilty of taking something like this for granted, but a great morning for all of our people in our community.
Raceland's motto is, "This is home," and Salmon says the outpouring support by the community yesterday morning was a reflection of how much Raceland means to each of them.
When we hashtag all the time, "This is home." You walk in our stadium tomorrow night, the big sign will say, "This is home," and this is what the people at home do. They really support each other and rally around a common cause. You know, I joke all the time, it's not really a joke. You know, we don't have much in this town. We got a railroad, a stop sign, a four-way red light, and a football team, and this team really beats around that, and this community really grasps a hold of something. And in the days of, you know, consolidation, you know, big school, you know, big America, big cities, bigger is better, little hometowns have a special meaning, and that's what we have here.
After making certain everyone had plenty to eat, the community joined the Rams at practice before returning home to their families to celebrate Thanksgiving.
Coach, Black Friday, that means one thing. If you're playing on that day, you're playing for a berth in the state championship. Everything is ready to go. We've broken everything down. We previewed this matchup. We talked to all the players, the families, the coaches. It's all about business now.
That's right. Execution, everybody with their mind on their job. Do what you got to do, win your battle up front, take care of the football, and everything will turn out all right.
You look at both sides of the football. I'm going to ask for your keys to the game here first before we get into the game coverage. But keys to the game first off for Holy Cross.
I think for Holy Cross, they've got to be able to establish the run. They got to create some space for Perry to work in. If that defense is kind of smothers him, they're in trouble. So they got to rely on that group up front to create some space for Perry to work.
For Raceland, what do you think?
I think Raceland offensively, they got to establish the run. They're bigger. I think they're stronger, so they come out and they just kind of impose their will, take care of the football, and I think that's their key to the game.
Coach, it's been a blast so far, man. We got a lot of work to do tonight, though.
Yeah, I'm very excited.
Absolutely. Glad to have you with us tonight. What we're going to do now is we'll step aside for a break. When we return, I talked with head coach for the Cougars, Eric Dick. We had a great conversation and broke down a little bit of everything about his team and what they bring to the table. On the other side of that, I'll talk with Mike Salmon. We'll preview tonight's matchup. When we return, we'll have our pregame coverage in which we'll introduce the third member of our crew, Shayla Newman, on the sidelines tonight. We've got 5 cameras in operation. We are going to blanket the Rams turf tonight with the coverage of the state semifinals, and we are certainly glad that you are here with us. We are under 30 minutes until the state semifinals gets underway. When we return, we'll talk with both head coaches as we continue countdown to kickoff on the Kool Sports Network.
Since 1928, Raceland schools have been a beacon of learning and growth in the tri-state. A private school education at a public school price. Raceland's distinguished schools are a caring place where students can learn and grow. Committed to the future, Raceland's academic and arts programs rank among the top in the state, and test scores are among the highest in the area. Oh yeah, our football team isn't too bad either. We are Raceland, and this is home.
When you need collision work or mechanical work on your vehicle, go to Bowman's Auto Service, Lexington Avenue in Flatwoods. Bowman's can do frame repair for ICAR certification. They have a downdraft bake oven for factory paint finish, and they get your vehicle back to its pre-accident condition with qualified ICAR Gold certified technicians. Bowman's is also an ASE certified mechanic shop providing transmission flushes, steering and suspension services, AC services, oil changes, and tune-ups. At Bowman's, they always strive for 100% customer satisfaction. Bowman's Auto Service, Lexington Avenue in Flatwoods. Call 836-0837.
Does your gas station or convenience store need a facelift? If so, call River City Builders at 473-4112 for your remedy. Big or small projects, River City's Builders is a company for all your needs. We have extensive experience in the petroleum industry, from routine gas dispenser and canopy maintenance to above-ground, underground tank and piping work to full-blown remodels and new builds. Call River City Builders at 473-4112 for all your petroleum needs. We'll cover your back and keep your customers pumping gas.
For those on the go, the smoothie connoisseur, the break room favorite, and for those that just never quite have it all, Clark's has what you need to keep your day on track. Make life easier and keep your busy schedule moving forward with everything you need at Clark's. Clark's Pump and Shop. Return, refresh, refuel.
Back here at Countdown to Kickoff on the Kool Sports Network. James Carr, happy to have you along with us as we bring in the head coach now for Holy Cross, Eric Dick. Coach, good evening. How are you?
Hey, I'm great. How are you doing, sir?
Hey, doing well. Thanks for joining us. Let's talk about your Cougars. 10-3 into the state semifinals. What's been the kind of the recipe so far for you this year that has allowed your team to play yourself into this position?
For us, it's been a mixture of a lot of things. Our run game has been huge this year, led by Chris Perry, our quarterback, and so that's where we begin, and then followed quickly up by Tyler Ballard, Jace Hardesty, Jamari Pennebaker, have all been real big contributors to our running game. That has been huge for us. And then our passing game has been fairly successful as well, with Chris Perry throwing to Joey Fouché, Logan McClellan, Jace Hardesty, Maddox Pence. We just do a good job of spreading it out to everybody and giving everybody a shot. I guess that's the big thing about our offense. Anyone can have a night at any point. So it's really hard to kind of concentrate on one person.
You talk about the ability for anybody to have a big night at any point, but I think it's pretty safe to say everything you guys do comes and goes through Chris Perry, a dynamic quarterback that not only can beat you with his arm, but he's pretty dangerous with his feet as well.
No, I mean, Chris has definitely come a far, far way. When we first got Chris, he was a wide receiver for us. He did that his freshman and sophomore year. Showed flashes in JV his sophomore year playing quarterback for us. And we kind of knew we had something special. His junior year, he really took over, was our district player of the year. And so, he did a lot of good things last year. And then this year he picked right back up. Currently right now he just rushed for over 1,000 yards and 23 touchdowns, I believe. Has thrown for 12 or 13 touchdowns and about 1,500 yards. So yes, Chris is the focal point of everything we do. He is the catalyst and he is the beginning of everything we got. Yes, sir.
Side him, help him be able to do what he does, because you can't just totally sell out on trying to take away the run from Chris. Tyler Ballard also adds another element to the game, especially there in the running attack.
Dude, Tyler Ballard is he's a very hard runner. Short, stocky kid, probably coming in at about 5'10", 5'11", about 205, 210. Just a hard-nosed runner. He's one of those guys that it's tough to really arm tackle him. You got to make sure that you wrap him up because he's a hard runner. We got compliments off of him with Jamari Pennebaker, who is a little bit more of a speedy back. Jace Hardesty, who's also a little bit more of a speedy back as well. So those guys definitely help provide support for him because, you definitely cannot run Chris the entire time. You got to be able to make sure that you can mix it up. And those other guys definitely have done an unbelievable job of helping them out as well.
Coach, what's the one thing that...
Can you say it one more time, sir? I'm sorry, it cut out.
What's the one thing that has led you throughout being able to be successful defensively?
For us defense, it has just been it's been a collective unit. We did a lot of things different last year, from last year to this year. And so those guys really buying into our system, those guys just completely doing what we have asked them to do from start to finish has been huge for us. And so, for us, it's just been trying to play sound. I like to say we're almost a bend, not break defense. We definitely like to try and speed teams up at times, but, we also like to make sure that, we're taking care of everything on the back end as well. So it's just been a very balanced attack, led by Tyler Ballard in the middle. We do have the number one leader in sacks with Luke McCubbins on the end, followed up by Cam Henderson Reed in the middle. I mean, we're just a well-rounded group who plays well together.
When you look at Raceland and what they've been able to do so successfully this year, both on the offensive side and the defensive side of the football, what's the one thing that has stood out the most to you on each of those sides?
Oh, man. If we start out defensively, I'm just going to be honest. Their front seven is probably one of the biggest and fastest front sevens that I have ever seen in my coaching tenure. Coaching for 20 years, I mean, these guys, they are big, they are fast, and they fly to the ball. I mean, even the guys on the back end, once they see whether it's run, I mean, those guys are like heat-sinking missiles. They are flying to the ball. And so defensively, it's just the way that they attack the ball. And they're just an unbelievable mixture of size and speed. Offensively, they're they're a tough group to get at too. Offensive line up front is very, very good. They move well. Those are bigger guys. The quarterback is an unbelievable athlete. He's got a bunch of guys in the backfield that definitely help him out. His passing game is on point. I mean, they are just a very, very solid group. There's a reason why they are where they are right now and where they've been the entire season. I think they are, and I may be wrong on this, but I want to say they're probably the highest scoring team in 1A right now. And, that's a tribute to what they do. Coach Hammond does an unbelievable job. I talked with him earlier in the week just about how much respect I have for that program and what he has done there. So we definitely have our work cut out for us. They are definitely a contender for sure, and there's a reason why they are in the Final Four.
Coach, when you look at your team before you take the field tonight, what's the one thing that you put on the marker board that this team has to be able to accomplish to be able to come out of here with a trip to Kroger Field?
We have to, there's one thing I've seen with Raceland throughout the playoffs is they win the third down contest. I think last week somebody had mentioned they were hitting third downs. I think last week's game against Hazard was at like 57%. I mean, that's pretty good. And so to be able to hit at that mark, and you just got to be able to get them off the field. When you're trying to sit there in your first and second downs and keep them back, so you're not dealing with a 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5, because I feel like that's where they get really successful with everything. And so trying to keep them back and they're down in distance, and you definitely want to try offensively, maybe try and slow it down some, but and just do what we do. We just want to come in here and play our game and do what we got to do, and just lay all the cards out on the table and see where we lie at the end.
Holy Cross head coach Eric Digg joining us here in the pregame show. Coach, always a pleasure catching up with the opposing coaches. We greatly appreciate your time tonight.
Hey, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Let's take a break. When we return, we'll get you ready for kickoff. Raceland and Holy Cross. It's a berth for Kroger Field on the line, and our coverage continues after this on Countdown to Kickoff on the Kool Sports Network.
Financial security begins at home with home ownership. If you've been putting off looking for a home because you think you can't afford it, you owe it to yourself to check out Members Choice Credit Union. Members Choice Credit Union has programs for first-time home buyers and more to help put you in the home of your dreams. Call, click, or stop by Members Choice Credit Union today.
Members Choice Credit Union, NMLS 411945, Equal Housing Lender. Call for additional information. Other restrictions may apply.
When you have business away from home or a planned event far from your comfort zone, you're probably going to need a little help. Let A&A Porta Potties assist you with all your portable toilet needs. Whether on a construction site, planning for an outdoor wedding, or any other outdoor event, A&A Porta Potties are here to assist you. A&A Porta Potties also rents out storage containers, office containers, cooling fans, tables, and chairs. A&A Porta Potties, there is no event too big or too small for us to accommodate you.
In addition to the Greenup location, Stultz Pharmacy's newest location is at 437 James Hanna Drive in South Shore, but has retained the name you know and love, McDonald Pharmacy, with the same great service you'll find in the Greenup location, with free delivery service and their convenient drive-through. Get your vaccinations and allergy shots, and of course, great prescription service at Stultz Pharmacy in Greenup and McDonald Pharmacy, James Hanna Drive, South Shore.
Stultz Pharmacy.
Raceland Christian Church, 210 Caroline Road, wishes all of our area athletes the best as they compete in their respective seasons. May you be encouraged by your church family to run with endurance the race set before you in such a way as pleases Jesus so that you gain the prize that never fades away. Raceland Christian Church meets Sunday at 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. at 210 Caroline Road, Raceland. Visit us online at racelandchristian.com.
Back here at Countdown to Kickoff coverage on the Kool Hit Sports Network. James Collier now joined with Raceland head coach Mike Sammons. Coach, anytime you're playing on Black Friday, the taste of turkey has to be a little bit better. You're one of the final 4 teams left in your classification, and I heard you guys talking at practice this week. There's 24 teams in the state of Kentucky playing football. You guys are one of them.
Yeah, extremely grateful and fortunate to be in this position. Again, you know, when you get here, you never want to get caught being greedy, but you obviously want to take it one more round, as we always say, in playoff 7 more days. But I think our kids are excited to be here. Our community's excited. You know, the 3rd time we've been able to host a state semifinal game. And so very, very prideful community here. And hopefully tonight we're able to, you know, put our best foot forward and just, you know, embrace the opportunity.
What have you liked about the way that your team has prepared this week? I've been at several practices, a very business-like atmosphere that you guys have had, kind of those almost been there, done that kind of thing. But again, it's been a little while since you guys have had an opportunity to do this on your home field.
Yeah, I think about our guys all year. It's been phenomenal. And I hate to jinx us, but we've not really had bad practices. Now, we've had some days where we're sharper than others. I'm not suggesting that. But I think a lot of that goes to our experience. You know, 30-plus upperclassmen, I talk about, you know, 16 seniors, you know, right at 16, 17 juniors. Just a bunch of guys who have a bunch of experience. And so it's kind of like the old lunchbox mentality. Bring your lunchbox. Let's get the game plan. Let's go through some of our drills and skills that we needed to be successful this week. And then let's just go let it hang out. And that's kind of what our guys have been doing all year, whether it's week 1, scrimmage week 1, or week 14. That's kind of who we've been, and that's a credit to them. I think that's what you want, not too high, not too low, no real peaks or valleys, and just try to be that business-like attitude. And our approach has been that way all year, and so it's very, you know, we're glad to see that this week not change given the stakes, and hopefully we go out this week and continue to put our best foot forward as we've done all season.
Last week, the first time you guys had been challenged that late into a ballgame, first time you had trailed since week 4 against Highlands, but you never kind of strayed away from the mentality. 48 minutes, you found a way, and they're the last play of the ballgame. You needed basically about a half of a yard for another 7 days. That's what you told your guys before they broke the huddle. No hesitation there to go forward on 4th down.
No, our guys didn't flinch, and I think that's probably what we're most proud of. You know, you talk about it all year, and you try to put adversity in front of your guys, and you try to train them for adversity and how you're going to react to adversity and create adverse moments in practice. But until the coach is off the white lines and you're out there with, you know, your 11 brothers, you don't know exactly how people are going to react. And so it was good for us to see how our team would respond. Our team responded exactly how we as coaches felt like we would respond, and that's what we just kept playing. We kept pounding for 48 minutes. Maybe not our best game as far as being crisp and precision and that type of thing, but you find a way. And so I think that's what we're most proud of, and our guys hung in the fight for 48 minutes. And when you get to this point, they're all 48-minute games. Our guys know that, and they paid dividends for us, you know, what was it, 7 days ago.
Having an opportunity to have adversity like that, something that you haven't faced it's been over a month and a half. Mm-hmm. How big can that play into coming into a game like tonight, and then, again, a win here tonight that takes you into the state championship?
Well, you hope you can draw on that, because at some point, you know, in this game and the games to follow, there's going to be some adversity. I don't know when, where, how, or how it's going to be formed or what shape it's going to be in. But there's going to be some adversity, whether it's a turnover, sudden change, fall behind 1 score, 2 score, special teams, something. So you hope you have that experience where you can kind of draw on that. And I think that's something as you go through the journey that teams really rely on. And so for that opportunity last week to have that kind of on our, you know, toolbox, so to speak, that we can lean on going forward, we feel like it'll be really valuable the next time, which will happen. It's not the regular season. It will happen tonight, that we can lean on and draw on that experience from a week ago.
Let's talk about your opponent in Holy Cross. We've talked about the kind of the head of the snake on this one. It's their quarterback. 100%. Not only can he beat you with his arm, he can beat you with your feet.
Yeah, their quarterback's a very, very dynamic kid. Omo, I hate to say this sometimes, but I've told our kids he kind of reminds me of Johnny Manziel in a lot of ways, in the sense that he is his best when the play the coach calls breaks down. When things go haywire, some people in today's world call it scramble drill, backyard football, whatever you want to call it, that's when he's best, when things go haywire. And so we're going to be really disciplined in that approach and try to stay in our lanes. He is dynamic with his feet, but he's also dynamic with his feet when he's on the run with his arm, maybe even more so than being in the pocket. So those are things that we've really tried to hold on this week. Obviously, got to make them drive the ball, not give up explosives, and really try to corral him and get a bunch of, which we've been able to do all year, get a bunch of jerseys of the ball. That'll be really key tonight, particularly on him.
What do you see defensively that they do that you feel like that you have something that you can attack in this football game?
Well, they're an even front team. I think they're extremely aggressive, kind of like we are built aggressive-wise. Obviously, we feel like any Friday night we can line up and run the football, and whoever can run the football better Friday will be successful. No question about it. Don't turn it over, run the ball better. Just like we saw a week ago with all the adversity we faced, we ran the ball significantly better, thus the outcome. So we're going to, try to be the most physical team at the line of scrimmage. They got a defensive end who's had, 15 sacks or something like that. Got a middle linebacker well over 100 tackles. So they got some guys that can really make plays, and we just got to be able to hang in the fight, stay in the fight for 48 minutes, and kind of find what works for us. Last week it was a run game and a game that had limited possessions. Maybe this week it's a little faster game. You get more snaps. We'll just have to see when we get in there. I think what's best about us is how balanced we are. And when we talk about balance, it's not run pass, it's touches. And all our guys share the ball. And so hopefully we'll find the right guy with the right combination on Friday night to help us get some points on the board.
Coach, good luck tonight. We'll talk to you after the game.
All right, thanks, Shane.
We're back for starting lineups as we continue our coverage here on Countdown to Kickoff on the Kool Sports Network.
Hey, Rams fans, would you do anything to support your team? What about switching your checking account? With Ashland Credit Union's debit card, you can support your favorite team. Every time you make an eligible purchase with your debit card, Ashland Credit Union donates 10 cents on your behalf to the Senior Assistance Program. Sign up for your favorite team's debit card today at Ashland Credit Union, 1300 Central Avenue, Ashland. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by NCUA.
When you want real, authentic Mexican menu items, you want Tres Hermanos Nunez. Accept no substitutes, none compares. Fajitas, tacos, burritos, quesadillas, chimichangas, even vegetarian choices. A kids menu, desserts and salads, a tasty, budget-pleasing selection for you and your family, unlike any others. Should be your first and only choice for authentic Mexican all throughout the tri-state. Ashland, Greenham, Grayson, Paintsville, Canova, South Point, Oliveville, and Cannonsburg. Tres Hermanos Nunez, the best around.
Doubt, stress, anxiety, frustration. That was yesterday. Today is your day to get back on track to a brighter future. At Ashland Community and Technical College, we're open and ready to help now. With ridiculously affordable, amazingly flexible classes that can lead to highly paid positions in IT, healthcare, and more. The real world's tough, but not as tough as you. Visit kctcs.edu/findyourcareer.
Fairchild Auto has a great selection of pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with in-house financing. Buy here, pay here. Everyone can be approved. Payments as low as $200 a month are available. From the moment you step on the lot until you drive away in your next car, your buying experience with Fairchild's Auto Sales is their #1 priority. Use the expertise and resources of their great sales staff to find the right car at the right price. Call 606-494-2030 to schedule your test drive.
The Kool Sports Network and Kool TV proudly present the KHSAA Class A playoffs as Raceland welcomes Holy Cross for the state semifinals and a berth in the state championship. Tonight's game is brought to you in part by Clark's Puppet Shops of the Tri-State, River Cities Builders, A&A Porta Potties, Stoltz Pharmacy, First and People's Bank, Tres Hermanos Mexican Restaurant, Ashland Community and Technical College, Ashland Credit Union, Raceland Christian Church, Members Choice Credit Union, Bowman's Auto and Collision Center, Fairchild Autos, Amy for Africa, and Raceland Worthington Schools. Now let's go to Rams Stadium and the pregame show for Raceland and Holy Cross in the state semifinals of the KHSAA Class A football playoffs on the Kool Sports Network and Kool TV.
And a pleasant good evening from Rams Stadium and the site of the 2022 Class Single A State Finals. state semifinals, I should say. James Collier and Coach Brent Terry, happy to have you along with us on Cool Hits 105.7 FM, as well as those who have been with us through the tailgate show on Kool TV. Happy to have everyone along with us. Raceland comes in with a record of 12-1. Holy Cross at 10-3. Coach, we've spent the last hour really breaking this one down over on Kool TV, but you look at what you have to prepare for in this matchup. And talking with everyone at Raceland this week, immediately the first words out of their mouth was Chris Perry, their quarterback.
Yeah, Chris Perry's the guy that has got to be stopped for the Raceland to have a successful night. He's averaging nearly 200 yards of total offense himself. Coming in here, he's completed 103 out of 177 passes, 12 touchdowns, nearly 1,500 yards. He completes 58% of his passes. So he's a viable threat throwing the ball. He can also rush the ball, nearly 1,000 yards on the ground to go along with that, 77 per game. So he's the guy that's got to be stopped if Raceland's going to come out of here with a win tonight.
You look at the opportunities for the Rams offensively. Obviously, it starts through the air. They can throw it with the best. They can also run it extremely well. Noah Wallace has been exceptional, especially here in the postseason.
Yeah, we talked earlier about establishing the run. I think that's how Raceland goes about this tonight. Noah Wallace is a guy that they can hand the ball to, and with that really solid offensive line they've got up there, those guys work so well together. He can create a little space, get Noah into that line of scrimmage clean, and he can make big plays happen from there.
All right, let's join our third member of our broadcast crew tonight, Shaylin Newman. She's on our field. She'll check in with our weather. Shaylin, good evening.
Tonight at kickoff, the temperature will be about 43 degrees and continue into the 30s later on throughout the game. However, a little cold will not stop these Ram fans from supporting their boys tonight. Back to you, James.
Thank you, Shaylin. Shaylin will be along with us throughout the evening. She's working some cameras from the sideline as well as doing some reporting as well. We'll talk with both head coaches during the halftime period. As head coach for the Holy Cross Cougars, Eric Dick, in his third season, a 26-9 record he comes in with. Mike Simmons in his ninth season for the Rams, 84-33. And, Coach, he's been pretty stellar in the postseason as well.
Yeah, a lot of experience. When you get to this time of year, you want to have some guys that have been there before, and this whole staff, including Coach Samuels, obviously have been here many times. They know what to expect. They know what wins playoff football games, and we talked earlier about being able to run the football and stop the run defensively, and Samuels has that formula down. Not to say that's the only thing the Rams can do. They're very versatile on offense. They create a lot of problems with different sets. We talked earlier about them being able to get into some different formations without changing personnel, so they got a lot of versatile kids, and they can win the game a lot of different ways.
Well, we've got a large crew on hand tonight for this one. A big game, you bring out a big crew. Our executive producer tonight is MJ McKay. Up top on camera is Hunter Masters. Shayla Newman will be working on the sidelines. Ben Spicer will work the opposing sideline. And a new member to our crew tonight, Austin Ray. He'll be taking care of our robotic cameras. Yes, that's robotic cameras. We have 5 cameras bringing you blanketed coverage of tonight's semifinals game here on Kool Hits 105.7 as well as on Kool TV. Certainly glad to have everyone available to join us. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone out there. We're certainly glad to have you here with us this evening. Rams on Black Friday are in all blacks. They elected to go with the blackout. Black tops and bottoms, the orange tops with the white numerals on the front and the back, Rams across the chest in orange. For the visiting Cougars of Holy Cross, white tops, maroon bottoms, maroon lids, maroon numerals on the front and the back, and Holy Cross in the kind of off font, if you will, as across the chest. Captains for the Rams, Likens, Winters, Ison, and Hughes will head out. We'll get our coin flip and get you ready for kickoff here tonight. Coach, real quick, keys of the game for both of these teams to come out here with a victory.
Well, I think for Raceland it comes down to two names. We've already talked about Chris Perry a lot. We've got to get him stopped. A very prolific passer and runner, averaging almost 200 yards per game total offense himself. On the defensive side, can somebody block Tyler Ballard? 133 tackles for the Cougars, 26 tackles for loss to go along with 8 sacks. He's the guy that you got to get blocked if you're going to be successful tonight for the Rams.
Something that you look at that we've talked about off air and on air as well. The one thing that Raceland offers that this Holy Cross team does not. There's not very many players that go both ways for Holy Cross. Just about everybody on the offense that's really solid, they're going to have to play on the defensive side as well.
Yeah, there's so many advantages to playing so many kids on different sides of the ball. When you have to play so many guys one way, those guys don't get a break, but you also don't get a chance to coach them in between series. When you can bring your O-line over, your receivers over, give them a break, and also get them some instruction, that's really a big deal. It also, those offensive and defensive lines, they kind of take a pounding in there. So if you can get a guy a break, Raceland can really lean on you for 4 quarters. It's very difficult if you don't have some guys that can spell that defensive line for the Cougars.
Well, Raceland has won the toss. They will defer until the second half, so the Rams will work it from left to right as we view it here at Rams Stadium. All first downs tonight for the Rams, brought to you in part by Ram Pharmacy, Greenup Avenue in Raceland. 606-836-RAMS. Ram Pharmacy, your friend for life. All visits to the Orange Zone and touchdowns tonight brought to you in part by Johnson Chiropractic. When your body aches and pains slow you down, let Doc get your body realigned. 606-473-5151. Tonight's game is also brought to you in part by the Greenup County Public Library. Explore all the possibilities at the Greenup County Public Library. Ronley Master Insurance. Let the good folks at Ronley Master Insurance in South Shore take care of your insurance needs. Andrew Eimel, your newly elected Greenup County Clerk, who wants you to know he'll be working hard for you, just like the Rams have been working all season. And Bob Meenick, State Farm Insurance. Let Bob help you with all your insurance needs from everyone at Bob Meenick Insurance. Good luck, Rams. Couple of great shots there as the Rams come out of the tunnel. Holy Cross taking the field. Fifth appearance in the state semifinals for the Rams under Mike Sammons. Their lone win coming back in 2017. It's the third stop in this round for the Cougars. They're 0-2. Their last trip back in 2019, that was a loss to Pikeville. The other time, 1987. So we're about ready for some football. And this one has been building all week long. And the defense will get a chance to set the tone, Coach, early on in this ball game.
Yeah, Coach Sammons he wins the toss, elects to defer. 2 things. You hope to double up there at the end of the half. You hope you're going to get the ball in the second half, so you hope you can score and kind of double up some people. But also, this gives you a chance to shows the confidence that he's got in this Rams defense. They're going to go out and set the tone early. You know, we talked earlier about nothing gets the crowd going, nothing gets your sideline going like some big plays on defense. So going to give the opportunity for the defense to start this game.
So Peyton Ison will put it on the tee at the 40-yard line. Far sideline, he will have it. Back to return for the visiting Cougars. On the far side is Logan McClellan. And we are underway as the ball is fielded there by McClellan at the 6. He'll come across the 15 and then pinball off of a player shy of the 25. And that's where the Cougars will start their first possession of the ball game.
That Rams special teams unit right there getting down the field in a hurry on such a deep kick, takes that thing at the 5, but only able to get it back out to around the 25. Excellent coverage to start the game for the Rams.
They'll put him right at the 24-yard line, so 1st and 10 for Chris Perry. He'll start in an empty set, more almost like a wing just in front of him, an offset pistol, if you will. Right in between the hashes. He wants to throw it on 1st and 10. Looks right, airs it out to the right side, and slings it out of bounds. He was looking to the far sideline, trying to hook up with McClellan. Passes incomplete, brings up 2nd down.
Little bit of pressure there from that Rams defensive line. Makes him just a little bit uncomfortable. Maybe forces the errant throw there, but good coverage. over there on the side from Raceland.
Pikeville leading Newport Central Catholic 14-0 after 1 down in Hambly. Winner of this game will play the winner of that game next Friday, high noon, down at Kroger Field. Perry now in a pistol look with a H-back to his left. Here's the handoff to Ballard. Ballard trying to stretch it to the outside, and he gets upended on the 25-yard line. Ben Taylor and Braden Webb gets underneath him for the stop. It's 3rd down and long.
A lot of times after an incomplete pass like that, you expect run on 2nd down to try to put yourself in a little bit better position to get the 3rd down, but Raceland having nothing to do it. Really nice tackle there. Again, Noah Wallace coming up from the secondary and applying a nice tackle also.
Rams on 3rd downs this season, 23.1%, 31 of 134 that they've held their opponents without being able to move the sticks. 3-by-1 set, wide side right for Perry from the gun. 3 hats across the line for the Rams. Perry rolling right, pressure coming. He stops, now tries to evade Braden Webb. He'll throw it down the center of the field, and it's on the far sideline, knocked away. As Jules Farrell was there to swat it away, it's 4th down.
Great job by the secondary there of the Rams to kind of plaster those receivers. When things start to break down, the zone gets distorted, those defensive backs got to find a guy, and they plaster to him. Nice job by Farrow.
Lyndon Sammons was the man that provided pressure on Perry to get him out of the pocket. So now Landon Newman will stand back inside his own 45-yard line, and the Cougars will have to punt it away after a quick 3-and-out. Jake Hardesty, he does all of the kicking duties for this Cougars team. He'll stand back at his own 14. Clean snap. Wobbly kick that Newman will be able to scoop up at the 35. Finds a break, gets back to the seam, cuts upfield, and pushes himself up to the 45-yard line. So made a little bit out of nothing. So the Rams with nice field position to start things off here in their first series of the ball game.
Just what Coach Sammons wanted, a 3-and-out from the defense and then good field position for their first drive of the night.
10:45 to go here in the opening quarter. The Rams offense will come out in an empty set. 3 left, 2 right. Connor Hughes in that slot. Everyone across the line. There's 7 hats across the line right now. Lundy wants to throw it quickly. He pulls it down, drives the pile forward, and gets out to the 50. They brought the blitz. They had him, but at 220 pounds, you're not going to arm tackle that man as he takes what was going to be about a loss of 4 and turns it into a gain of 5, 2nd and 5.
Well, we might just see what the Holy Cross philosophy is going to be on defense. Right there, they bring a jailbreak blitz and play zero coverage behind it. They get home, but Lundy able to turn it into a 5-yard gain.
Double barrel shotgun look this time for Lundy on 2nd and 5. The turn to give to Wallace. Wallace angles right. A little spin move after crossing down into Cougars territory. He'll pick up a couple. It'll be 3rd down. See if they're going to give him the 49 or the 48. And they'll put it just shy of the 48, so call it a gain of 1. Yeah, the 47.5. Or 48.5, I should say. We got a plume of smoke still looming over top of the stadium. Lundy, the give to Wallace. Wallace fighting for extra yardage in his second effort. May have given him enough to move the sticks. And they will say it's 4th down, so just shy of moving the sticks. So a gain of the 45, so put it at the 46, and the Rams offense will stay on the field. Lundy crawls up under center. Drew Burke hands him the football. Lundy lowers the shoulder. Pinball's loose. Spins off the left side and moves the sticks for a Ram Pharmacy first down.
That shows the confidence that these guys have in this offensive line. Coach Sammons, confidence in the offensive line, confidence in Lundy, able to big quarterback, able to push the pile a little bit there from the quarterback sneak.
Rams 54.5% conversion on 4th downs this season, and Logan Lundy keeps the drive alive. Wallace and Browning in a double-barrel shotgun look. They'll give it off to Wallace on a sweep. He finds a seam, tries to cut downfield, and then gets stood up in the hole.
Right now, that Holy Cross defense doing a good job of kind of holding their own at the point of attack and allowing the linebackers to kind of flow and clean things up.
Wallace on the season, 726 yards, 10 rushing touchdowns. Second down and 10 after no gain. 3 receivers left, 1 right. That's Hughes. Lundy from the gun. Lowers his shoulder, finds a big seam, and he's off and rumbling. Angles back right, delivers a stiff arm, and he's got a reservation for 6. Logan Lundy to the house. Touchdown, Raceland. 44-yard touchdown scamper for Logan Lundy. His 7th rushing touchdown of the season. 7:56 to go in the first quarter. The Rams are on the board 6-0.
An impressive run from Lundy right there, but impressive blocking at the point of attack from Clay Cold Iron and Chase Correll, making a nice little seam, and Lundy does the rest.
So the Rams start things off early. Peyton Ison out for the extra point. Hughes puts it down. Extra point is up and is good. Number 150 for Peyton Ison gives the Rams a 7-0 lead. Back after this on the Kool Sports Network.
Raceland Christian Church, 210 Caroline Road, wishes all of our area athletes the best as they compete in their respective seasons. May you be encouraged by your church family to run with endurance the race set before you in such a way as pleases Jesus so that you gain the prize that never fades away. Raceland Christian Church meets Sunday at 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. at 210 Caroline Road, Raceland. Visit us online at racelandchristian.com.
Fairchild Auto has a great selection of pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with in-house financing. Buy here, pay here. Everyone can be approved. Payments as low as $200 a month are available. From the moment you step on the lot until you drive away in your next car, your buying experience with Fairchild's Auto Sales is their #1 priority. Use the expertise and resources of their great sales staff to find the right car at the right price. Call 606-494-2030 to schedule your test drive.
Kickoff goes out of bounds for Ison on the far sideline, so the Cougars will take over on their own 35, trailing 7-0. That last drive, 6 plays, 55 yards, 3 minutes, 12 seconds of possession, and the last 44 of it going from Logan Lundy as he rumbles and stumbles his way into the house for the early 7-0 lead. Coach, you look at the way that they played that. They were really clogging up the lanes for the running attack from the running backs that time. A nice kind of a draw play, if you will, and Lundy calls his own number and makes the big play out in the middle of the field. A shifty move, a stiff arm into the house.
Yeah, some nice blocking there up front from those guys on the left side. That quarterback run often kind of equals up that number. They're able to get a hat on a hat right there, and a really impressive 44-yard run from Lundy.
So here come the Cougars out, trailing 7-0. After going 3 and out of their first series. Chris Perry from the gun in a 2x2 set, puts a man in motion from far side to near. Takes the snap, pressure coming, rolling out, slings it right. He's got his man there right in the center of the field as he throws a dart out to Joey Fouché. And that right there was an example of what we talked about, of how when things get a little crazy, that's when he turns into his best.
Yeah, kind of scrambling to his left right there, and then kind of swings his shoulders back around. And like you said, throws a dart in there. An impressive athletic play there to pick up 8 or 9 yards.
9 yards on the gain, so second down and 1. 3-by-1 set. This time to the left side are the trips. Perry keeps it himself, angles right. He'll get the first down after his forward momentum was stopped, but not until he got across the 45 out to the 46. So a gain of 2 and gives the Cougars their first down of the ball game. That last touchdown by the Rams brought to you in part by Dr. Shannon Johnson and Johnson Chiropractic. When joint muscle pain slow you down, let Doc get your body realigned. So on the Raceland logo at midfield, on their own 46-yard line. Just shy of the 47. Perry turns, gives it off to Ballard. Ballard lowers the shoulder, pinballs off of a man as he dives forward shy of midfield. A gain of 2 on the play brings up 2nd down 8.
Yeah, they go back to the right side there. A different guy carrying the ball, but very similar blocking scheme right there as they're able to trying to get a little bit of push, trying to establish a little bit of run, maybe even take a little bit of the pressure off of Perry.
Cougars very slowly and methodically trying to slow this thing down. They'll go in a trips look this time. 3 receivers right, that's the boundary, 2 wide left. Perry in an empty set. Perry standing in the pocket, floats it out to the right side, has his man there as he reaches up, makes the catch. Peyton Ison knocks him out of bounds. It was hauled in by Logan McClellan, but it's short of the sticks, and it brings up 3rd down.
A nice design there, able to kind of push the corner off and then come back and make the tiptoe catch there on the sideline and puts Holy Cross into position to pick up a 3rd down here, kind of makes it a 3rd and short.
Yeah, 3rd and just a little bit over a yard to move the sticks at the 45 of the Rams. Perry in the pistol. Keeps it himself, and that time he gets bottled up and gets dropped in the backfield. Shannon Wall, Christian Wall we call him, making the stop for the loss on 1 as he picks up his 4th sack of the season, and it's 4th down.
Holy Cross tries to go with the power off tackle play there and nothing doing from the Rams defense. Doesn't get quite back to the line of scrimmage.
So call it 4th and almost 3 that they need here. And now the question is, will Eric Dick roll the dice here, or is he going to burn a timeout? Play clock is at 7, and the offense still turning and looking toward the far sideline. And Coach Dick walks up and burns the timeout with 5:09 to play here in the opening quarter. Coach, you look at this situation here. You're already down 7-0, ball near midfield. Do you want to gamble with what is almost a need of 3 yards here, or do you want to take it, put it on your punter's foot, and try to pin Raceland deep and force them to have to go at 60, 70, 80 yards instead of near midfield about a short 50?
I'm sure he wants to go for it. It's just going to come down to how much confidence does he have in Perry in this offense to pick it up. If he feels like it's better than maybe a 60-40 or maybe a 70-30 proposition, then he's going to go for it. If he doesn't quite have a good feel, if they don't think they've got a good play, then they might just let the punter kind of try to pin Raceland deep and play some defense.
Couple good looks there from the cameras up top, cameras on the field. Great crew on hand tonight bringing you coverage of the 2022 state semifinals. Offense stays on the field as the Ram fans come to life. Perry will go in an empty set. 3 receivers left, 2 to the right. 3 hats across the line, and they've got a man in motion. Jace Hardesty takes off like he's in a 40-yard dash. That's going backward 5, and it's 4th down and long, and that makes Eric Dick's decision very easy from that, as the offside or the false start, will push it back 5 and make it 4th and 7.
Yeah, they go with the long count to maybe try to draw Raceland off sides, but it backfires. It costs the Cougars 5 yards, and that'll force their hand and have to send out the punting unit.
So now the man that caused the infraction is the one that has to take care of the punting duties. So the second possession for the Cougars, a 3-and-out. Landon Newman stands back inside his own 20. Hardesty wants to get a good one off. End-over-end kick. It takes a bounce at the 17. It'll tumble across the 10, and then it'll be covered up at the 5-yard line. So a good kick. They're going to say it was down at the 8. Either way, the Rams will be backed up from their own 8-yard line. 43-yard kick, no return. 5 minutes and 1 second to go here in the first quarter, and the Rams up 7-0. So here comes Logan Lundy and his crew. Jules Farrell will start in the backfield. Fannin and Hughes near side. Braden Webb as a tight end this time out as well. And here comes Landon Newman in late. Lundy claps, gives it off to Farrell. Farrell searching for a hole. He comes off the right edge, and he gets walloped As coming in and layering the boom was Tyler Ballard, that middle linebacker. No gain on the play, brings up 2nd down and 10. Ballard coming in with a numbers that's off the charts. 133 tackles, 26 for loss, 8 sacks. And his speed right there absolutely just taking Jules Farrell and pounding him backward about 3 after the initial hit. Browning in the backfield now in the right pocket of Lundy from the gun. Braden Webb stays in as an H-back. Pressure coming off the edge, a handoff as Browning crosses the 10, gets out to about the 13. And depending on the initial spot of where they say he stopped, I believe it is the 13. That makes it a gain of 5 and makes it 3rd down and 5.
That down 4 from Holy Cross right now is playing pretty good. They're trying to hold their own in there. This would be an important 3rd down for them. If they can get Raceland off the field for him, that's a big shot in the arm.
Lundy wants to throw, looks right, pumps, pulls it down, rolling out, wants to throw, and tries to force it into Connor Hughes, but it skips off the turf, incomplete, and brings up 4th down. That right there, Coach, was a play that I think Lundy would like to have back. He had probably 1st down yardage if he just tucks it and runs.
Yeah, I agree with you there. He had some time in the pocket, but nobody open. Kind of moves out to his right, and I think he had enough. He had the 5 or 6 yards needed for the 1st down there, and might like to have that one back, as you said.
So Mason Likens will come on for the punting duties. Only the 17th punt of the season for the Rams, averaging 40.1 yards a game. And he shanks this one as he got it off the top of his foot out of bounds, and the Cougars are going to set up shop inside the 30 and at the 25.
Holy Cross kind of gets what they needed there. They got the good punt to hold to get Raceland inside the 10. They get the 3 and out, and then they kind of get the lucky break here on the shank punt. But Holy Cross in good position with the Rams defense opportunity to kind of bow their neck and stand up.
Now they got to, at this point you're already thinking, okay, if we can get out of this with 3, we'll take it.
That's exactly right.
So Chris Perry and his Cougars will start on the near side hash mark this time. He'll start in an empty set. 3 receivers, boundary left, 2 right. Rams with 3 hats across the line. Perry puts a man in motion. That's Ballard. He'll play fake, keep it himself, and he runs into a wall of black jerseys. And Braden Webb and Ben Taylor welcome him to the plush turf here at Rams Stadium. No gain, 2nd down and 10.
Holy Cross trying to provide a little eye candy there, a little fake to Ballard on the jet, but Webb not having anything to do with it. Great eye discipline, stays at home, makes the play on Perry.
We talked about that in the pregame show, Coach, of how much that inside presence for the linebackers had to be with the ability that Perry has of running the football right there, very disciplined.
Absolutely.
2nd and 10 inside of 3 to play here in the first. 7-0 Raceland. Perry in a pistol. He'll pitch it out to Ballard. Ballard looking for this edge on the right side, and there's a wall of black jerseys chasing him down. The entire Rams linebacking core led by Cam Bell. Also there was Noah Wallace out of the secondary and Landon Newman. No gain on the play, 3rd down and 10.
Just a whole host of black shirts there, able to kind of pursue that football right there. That's something else that we talked about in the pregame that would be important. Man, you could just see the pursuit, just that wave of black shirts forcing that ball into the boundary.
And you have to think at this point, I think that it's clear watching pregame warm-ups, Holy Cross is not in field goal range at this point. This is 4-down territory.
Yeah, I would suspect so.
3rd down and 10, 2 minutes to go, play clock at 3. Perry takes it, pressure coming up, rolling out to the right side. He's not going to get away as the Rams get home. They sling it down the far sideline, and it's picked off. Jules Farrell and Noah Wallace was there. There is a penalty marker out on the play. And we'll wait to see what we've got on the back end of this. Man, just Perry able to get that one away was phenomenal at best. Let's see what we've got. We've got pass interference on Raceland. Wow. Mike Sammons is saying it was deflected. So they're going to call it half the distance to the goal. So the penalty negates the stop and takes the football down to the 12. So Holy Cross's first down comes on the penalty, and now it's 1st and 10 from the 12. Gives it off to Ballard, and Ballard runs into the arms of Jackson Heighton.
That Holy Cross offensive line made a little seam there, but Heighton with a really solid tackle right there as the running back had nowhere to go once Heighton got his arms around him. There was no moving away from him.
90 seconds to play here in the first, 7-0 Rams. As Holy Cross trying to find some points after picking up a big pass interference call against the Rams. Play clock's at 7 as Perry barks for it. Two-step drop, rolling left, pressure coming. He gets an edge, pulls it down, keeps running, and then will slide in front of Mason Likens. Shy of the 5. They should put him around the 6. And they will put him at the 6-yard line, so a gain of 6. And that makes it 3rd down and 4. 46 seconds to go here in the first, 7-0 Rams.
Pretty good idea from Holy Cross there to kind of move the pocket, get Perry out on the edge, and give him some options. That makes him a difficult man to deal with when he's got all that turf in front of him.
Holy Cross 0 for 2 on 3rd down conversions. They're going to have to hurry. Play clock is at 3. At 2, Perry takes it at 1. Rolling out right, looking right. Pressure coming from behind. He throws it into the end zone. That ball is tipped, and it is caught as Logan McClellan hauls it in the back corner of the end zone, and the Cougars answer with 17 seconds to play in the frame and make it 7-6. Logan McClellan hauls in his 3rd touchdown of the season with 17 seconds to play here in the first. Hardesty's extra point attempt is wide right, and it's 7-6 with 17 seconds to play in the first. Back after this on the Kool Sports Network.
Hello, football fans. This is Amy with the Amy for Africa Ministry. We want to say happy Thanksgiving. We have so much to be thankful for. God has blessed us with football, great schools, a nation that is free, but above all, God sent his son to die for us, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. That alone is a reason to thank God every day. He is good. Happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy your families, enjoy football, and don't forget, go Rams.
In addition to the Greenup location, Stultz Pharmacy's newest location is at 437 James Hanna Drive in South Shore, but has retained the name you know and love, McDonald Pharmacy, with the same great service you'll find in the Greenup location, with free delivery service and their convenient drive-thru. Get your vaccinations and allergy shots, and of course, great prescription service at Stultz Pharmacy in Greenup and McDonald Pharmacy, James Hanna Drive, South Shore.
Stultz Pharmacy.
Well, that last drive, 5 plays, 25 yards. A pass interference penalty against the Rams on 3rd down. Continued the drive for the Cougars. And Chris Perry throws his 13th touchdown of the season. Extra point is no good. It's 7-6 Rams with 17 seconds to play here in the opening frame. Mason Likens backpedals all the way to the 3 on the kickoff from Hardesty. Tries to find a hole off the right side and then gets stood up at the 20, and then a penalty marker comes in late from behind.
I do believe they might get Brody Austin there with a block in the back, kind of in front of the ball. The trail official calling that there.
So for the moment, they've got the football spotted, looks like at the 23-yard line. And they'll get it from the spot of the foul. They'll put it at the end of the run, so a 10-yard penalty. Should put the ball, and they're going to say it was from the 22. So back it up 10. So the Rams will have it from their own 12. Handoff Browning. Browning goes right up the gut. Runs right into the arms of Aiden Deweese, and that's the end of quarter number 1. 7-6, Raceland leads it. We'll go to quarter number 2 on the other side of the field when we return after this on the Kool Sports Network.
There's a lot of places to invest your money and no shortage of advice, but I think a lot of these get-rich-quick schemes are good ways to get broke quick. That's why I like the CDs at my bank. Guaranteed, insured.
Great rates, plus the comfort of knowing your CDs are guaranteed and insured. That's First of People's Bank. For all your banking needs, see the good folks at First of People's Bank, the home office. Member Equal Housing Lender, FDIC.
When you have business away from home or a planned event far from your comfort zone, you're probably going to need a little help. Let A&A Porta Potties assist you with all your portable toilet needs. Whether on a construction site, planning for an outdoor wedding, or any other outdoor event, A&A Porta Potties are here to assist you. A&A Porta Potties also rents out storage containers, office containers, cooling fans, tables, and chairs. A&A Porta Potties, there is no event too big or too small for us to accommodate you.
7-6, Raceland leading Holy Cross as we welcome you back in for quarter number 2. James Collier, Coach Brent Terry, happy to have you along with us here tonight. Happy Thanksgiving from our family to yours as we happy to bring you the coverage of the 2022 state semifinals here in Raceland. 2nd down and 9 as the Rams flip ends of the field. They're working from right to left as we view it here. Logan Lundy on 2nd and 9. Claps, play action, comes across the middle of the field. He's got Parker Fannin there. Fannin splits the man at the 35 and drags him all the way down near midfield. And, Coach, that's something we talked about in pregame. You're going to bring everybody after the pass. It opens up that underneath route.
Absolutely. They're all up in there trying to stop that run and create a little space right there. Very soft coverage from Holy Cross, and Lundy makes them pay.
And we get a penalty marker on the near sideline. I believe we get a sideline warning against the Rams. So that's their first. So the pitch and catch there out to Parker Fannin goes for 35 and gives a Ram Pharmacy first down for the Ramblers. Wallace and Browning in the backfield. Handoff Wallace trying to stretch it to the outside edge. Finds a big seam, and there's a hole across the 30. The 25-20 with a stiff arm. He's still rumbling himself down to the 5, and he's inside the Johnson Chiropractic orange zone. Noah Wallace with a big gain. It's 1st and goal.
Number 28, Isaac Browning, really with the key block to spring in there. We talked about that stretch play, moving that Holy Cross defense side to side. Isaac Browning out in front with a key block.
We've talked about that so many times this year of how the running backs work with each other. That run goes for 47, and the Rams threatening for points here, leading 7-6. Jules Farrell in the left pocket of Lundy from the gun. The take to give to Farrell. Farrell off right guard, and he dives across the 5, gets down for a couple to around the 2 or 3 yard line, depending on the spot. They're going to put him at the 3, so a gain of 2 makes it 2nd and goal. Inside of 11 minutes to play here in the first half. Raceland leading 7-6 and looking for some more. Wallace in the left pocket of Lundy from the gun. An H-back of Braden Webb to the right side. A little draw play. Wallace tries to dive over the top of the pile, and looks like he's going to get to about the 1, and it's going to be 3rd and goal.
So give some credit to the Holy Cross defense right there. 2 plays around the 5 yard line. Not much going for the Rams offense there. That interior able to hold their own at the point of attack, but 3rd down now.
So 3rd and goal from the 2. Wallace in the right pocket this time of Lundy. Cougars loading the line. Handoff Wallace. He'll walk in untouched. Left side touchdown Rams. Noah Wallace, his 11th rushing touchdown of the season. The Rams answer in a big way following the big run from Wallace to set up the score. It's 13-6 with 9:55 to play in the opening half.
Raceland tries the right side of that Holy Cross defense twice, but Wallace waltzes into the end zone off left tackle.
Ison out for the extra point attempt. Kick is up and is good. 14-6, 9:55 to play and a half. Back after this on the Kool Sports Network.
Does your gas station or convenience store need a facelift? If so, call River City Builders at 473-4112 for your remedy. Big or small projects, River City's Builders is a company for all your needs. We have extensive experience in the petroleum industry, from routine gas dispenser and canopy maintenance to above-ground, underground tank and piping work to full-blown remodels and new builds. Call River City Builders at 473-4112 for all your petroleum needs. We'll cover your back and keep your customers pumping gas.
For those on the go, the smoothie connoisseur, the break room favorite, and for those that just never quite have it all, Clark's has what you need to keep your day on track. Make life easier and keep your busy schedule moving forward with everything you need at Clark's. Clark's Pump and Shop. Return, refresh, refuel.
6 plays, 78 yards, 2:22 in time of possession. And the Rams lead this one 14-6 as Hardesty takes the kickoff and brings it across the 35. And a decent setup for the Cougars to start this drive, their third of the ball game. Excuse me, their fourth of the ball game. 2 punts and a touchdown in their first 3.
So it'll be interesting to see where the Holy Cross kind of continues. They got into a habit there of sprinting the quarterback out, kind of moving the pocket. We'll see if that continues here on this drive.
So put him at the 37-yard line. 9:48 to play in the half. Perry in a double-barrel shotgun look. Wants to throw on 1st and 10. Stands in the pocket, slings it near sideline. He's got his man there of Hardesty, but he gets blown up. Big hit there by Parker Fannin as he comes in from behind. There's a candidate for your Bowman's Auto and Collision Center big hit of the game. Give him a gain of 4 on the play, but Jace Hardesty paid the price on that one for hauling it in as he'll get it out to the 41 and Parker Fannin lowering the boom.
Yeah, Fannin coming with a full head of steam right there and runs right through contact, not stopping his feet, bringing him straight to the ground.
2 receivers left, 1 right. That's the boundary. An offset pistol look this time for Perry. Perry turns, gives it off to his tailback. Ballard lowers his shoulder, makes a nice angle cut left, and gets across the 45 to the 46. Make it a gain of 5, and it's 3rd down and 1 with 8:48 to play in the opening half. 14-6, Rams leading this one. Still a plume of smoke looming over top of the visitor sidelines. Looks like Holy Cross, they brought a nice crowd on hand with them. This place is electric, including the cars lined up and down US 23 for the free view. Same set for Perry. Perry calls his own number. He's caught from behind, and coming in and getting the stop for the sack is Braden Webb. 6'4", 210-pound junior interior linebacker as he picks up sack number 2 on the season, and the Cougars will have to punt.
Webb gets a quick read, gets a downhill look, and finds a seam and gets through it for the tackle for loss right there. A really quick trigger from the linebacker.
And Coach, we talked about that in pregame. I said, when you have someone like this that is so evasive and streaky like Perry, how often do you dial the blitz up? You said you have to be selective. That right there was one of those times when they picked the right time.
Yep.
Hardesty, a high snap, a knuckleball of a kick that goes down the center of the field and takes a Cougars bounce across the 15 and a tumble short of the 10 around the 12, 13-yard line. They're going to put him at the 13-yard line, so a 44-yard kick, no return. 7:28 to play in the opening half. And here comes the Rams offense back on the field. Some quick numbers real quickly. Raceland with 148 total yards of offense. Holy Cross, 39. This Holy Cross team averaging only giving up 224 a game. Raceland's flirting with that here in the first half, and we've still got 7.5 to play in the second quarter. Lundy and Farrell in the backfield in a twin set. Handoff Farrell, right up the gut he goes as he bounces off of big Drew Burke and pushes out to the 15. I'd say you can almost credit Drew Burke with the tackle on that one.
Yeah, he kind of got right into the back of him there. But being held up, that interior, those two interior down tackles, Jacobs and Phillips have done a nice job tonight, kind of allowing Ballard to clean things up from his middle linebacker spot. The problem for Holy Cross has been defending the perimeter.
Two receivers each way this time. Four hats across the line for Lundy, who wants to throw. Zips it out to Newman. Newman with a bubble screen. He's got the sideline. Makes a first down move as he'll get the sticks after being pushed out of bounds. But a Ram Pharmacy first down on the pitch and catch from Lundy to Newman.
Another example of a perimeter play, picking up big yards for the Rams.
Give him the 30. We'll call him the 30 and the 3rd yard line. A gain of 15, 1st and 10. 6th first down of the ball game for the Rams. Browning in the backfield now in a right sidecar of Lundy. 3 receivers right and 1 left. The high give to Browning. Browning squirts free, comes out of the pile, going backward. Turn on Looney Tunes on a Saturday morning, and that's the scrum that the person squirts out from the backside. A Ram Pharmacy first down by Isaac Browning after he was stood up and then gets out to the 42 on a gain of 12.
Well, they're going to continue to pound the ball between the tackles. They haven't got a lot out of it, but this is the time of the game, the time of the half where you start feeling like that Ram offensive line is just leaning on you, and that thing came close to spitting out of there for 6.
They'll stay in the same look. Lundy wants to throw. 3-step drop, sets, fires down the middle. He's got his man there, Parker Fannin. Fannin makes a cut near sideline. He's making house calls. To the house he goes. Touchdown, Raceland. Parker Fannin hauls in his 9th touchdown of the season. Logan Lundy throws number 33, and the Rams take it to the house and make it 20-6. As Logan Lundy tosses a 58-yarder to Parker Fannin. Nice look there as they set it up with the running attack and then opened it up with the passing. Extra point is up and good, 21-6. 6:04 to play in the half. Back after this on the Kool Sports Network.
Hey Rams fans, would you do anything to support your team? What about switching your checking account? With Ashland Credit Union's debit card, you can support your favorite team. Every time you make an eligible purchase with your debit card, Ashland Credit Union donates 10 cents on your behalf to the Senior Assistance Program. Sign up for your favorite team's debit card today at Ashland Credit Union, 1300 Central Avenue, Ashland. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by NCUA.
When you want real, authentic Mexican menu items, you want Tres Hermanos Nunez. Accept no substitutes, none compares. Fajitas, tacos, burritos, quesadillas, chimichangas, even vegetarian choices. A kids menu, desserts and salads, a tasty, budget-pleasing selection for you and your family, unlike any others, should be your first and only choice for authentic Mexican all throughout the tri-state. Ashland, Greenup, Grayson, Paintsville, Canova, South Point, Olive Hill, and Cannonsburg. Tres Hermanos Nunez, the best around.
Kickoff goes to Hardesty at the 6. He comes across the field and crosses the 20 out to the 22. Coach, we go back to talking about that last touchdown catch by Parker Fannin. Fannin on the season, 26 catches, 476 yards, and 8 touchdowns coming into the ballgame. Didn't have a catch last week.
Yeah, well, they did a great job at setting that up there. They hit him on the over route. Those linebackers are trying to play the run so hard. They hit him on the over route. Comes from the right side all the way across the left. And once he gets his hand on it, Hardesty can run a little bit, but he can't run like Phillips.
Perry on 1st and 10 from his own 23. Gives it off to his tailback of Ballard, and he looks like he's going into second base with a nice pop-up slide. Loses his footing on the turf for a loss of 3. And that's something, Coach, when you get behind the sticks against this team, it makes things even more daunting than what they already are, down 21-6.
Yeah, well, they're kind of in a position now where they're going to have to throw the football. And we were just talking about Raceland in that phase there where they're throwing it when they want to, not when they have to. Holy Cross may have to here.
Pikeville leads Newport Central Catholic 36-7. 11 seconds to go before halftime. Here's a ball out to the far sideline as a quick hitter goes into Fouché. Mason Likens there on the stop. It's third down.
There was another key we talked about during the pregame, tackling in space. A sure tackle there from Likens. Keeps it to a minimal gain on the quick hitter.
Gain of 4 on the play. So right now, this offense has thrown for 30 yards, but it's all been very short passes that the Rams have really eaten up nicely. Perry on 3rd down and 9 from his own 24. Rolling out right, pressure coming from behind. Wants to throw, throws it down and right into the hands of Noah Wallace, and Wallace has it poked away. Logan McClellan raked it away from him. Wallace had number 4 on the season, but this Rams defense that leads the state with 22 interceptions nearly had 23, but either way it's 4th down.
Yeah, if McClellan hadn't have turned into the defensive back right there and raked that ball out like you called, that would have been number 23 because he had it right in his hands. But a nice job by McClellan to force to kind of really get the break up.
So now let's see if the Rams defense tries to come after Hardesty here. Landon Newman will stand back at near the 50-yard line. So a quick 3 and out. Hardesty gets into this one. He hangs a high boomer. Newman fields it at the 37 with a fair catch called for. And that's where the Rams will take over, leading 21-6 with 4:25 to go in the first half. And, Coach, this is a big spot right here for the Rams. You could go 2 for 1 right here.
Absolutely. That's just what I was just getting ready to say. You don't want to say that somebody's out of the game in the first half here, and they're not. But an opportunity to take the ball down and score with 4:25 and then get it back coming out of half, well, you could really make it tough on the Cougars here.
And any points right here, this Cougars team is not built to play from behind in this side of it is.
No, not at all. You can feel the momentum the Rams have right now.
Lundy on 1st down and 10 from his own 37, right between the hashes. He'll keep it himself, bounces it to the outside on the left, slips a tackle, rolls across the 40. Dragging along with him was Tyler Horning. Take him out to the 41, close to the 42-yard line.
Aiden DeWeese there was kind of the edge setter right there, and he kind of snuck his nose down inside, but Logan Lundy able to kind of bounce that thing around him and pick up some positive yards.
Lundy on the night, 3 carries for 51 yards. A little counter play to Wallace. Wallace pinballs up into that right guard position. Still driving the pile forward as it goes across the 45 out to the 47. And that right there, Coach, is an example of those fresh legs because of the ability to rotate in 4 different running backs throughout this season.
Yeah, so many guys able to carry the ball successfully for the Rams right there. That's an example of Tyler Ballard got a great key, and he was right there at the point of attack, but the Rams able to push forward and get it into a 3rd and short.
Yeah, to make it 3rd and in about, call it a half of a yard, if you will, just shy of the 47. Lundy with Wallace in his right pocket. Browning is an H-back. Play clock's at 7. Lundy claps his hands, gives it to Wallace. Wallace with 1st down yardage and more as he goes right up the right hip of Drew Burke. Stood up at the 50, but that'll move the sticks for the 9th 1st down of the ball game, brought to you in part by Ram Pharmacy.
Holy Cross tried to load it up inside. They moved the outside linebacker up and shifted the defensive end down inside over the tackle, but still not able to stop the short run there for the Rams, able to move the chains.
Raceland on the evening, 248 total yards of offense on this Cougars team that was averaging 224 coming in. Twin set for Lundy on 1st and 10. Lundy, little double pass here. Likens has a man wide open. There's Jules Farrell playing center field. Farrell takes it to the house. Touchdown, Raceland. Mason Likens on the double pass. The 50-yarder makes it 27-6. Coach, I watched him practice that one this week. I saw it coming the whole way.
Yeah, as soon as he took a step back there, you knew what it was going to be. Well-executed double pass. You get the ball right across the 50-yard line. A lot of guys like to hit the gadget play about that time, and very well executed.
So Ison out for the extra point. The Rams rolling here at home. Ison puts it in the air, and that one's no good. Missed it wide right. 27-6, 2:39 to play in the first. Back after this on the Kool Sports Network.
Collision work or mechanical work on your vehicle, go to Bowman's Auto Service, Lexington Avenue in Flatwoods. Bowman's can do frame repair for ICAR certification. They have a downdraft bake oven for factory paint finish, and they get your vehicle back to its pre-accident condition with qualified ICAR Gold certified technicians. Bowman's is also an ASE certified mechanic shop providing transmission flushes, steering and suspension services, AC services, oil changes, and tune-ups. At Bowman's, they always strive for 100% customer satisfaction. Bowman's Auto Service, Lexington Avenue in Flatwoods. Call 836-0837.
Living the life I love.
Someone will be with you. Don't know when. Don't hold your breath, but keep waiting. You don't have anything better to do.
You know, at First and People's Bank, you don't have to wait for an answer. The decision makers are at the bank, and the friendly tellers are always ready to wait on you. First and People's Bank, the home office. Member Equal Housing Lender, FDIC.
The return from the 5, slips a tackle back at the 30, and then gets out near the 40-yard line. Christian Wall had him from behind but could not hang on, so Hardesty with a nice return. And where's the Cougars going to have the football? Looks like at their own 39-yard line, and that's where they will get it with 2:30 to go before halftime. That last drive for the Rams, 4 plays, 63 yards, 50 of it coming on the double pass. Logan Lundy to Mason Likens, Likens to Farrell. Farrell's first receiving touchdown of the season. He had only caught 3 passes for 16 yards coming into the ballgame, and a Johnson's chiropractic touchdown makes it 27-6. Perry on 1st and 10. Looks left, fires it out to Fouché. He makes the grab in his own bench. Jackson Heighton forcing him out of bounds.
This Rams defense right now, they smell blood in the water a little bit, and they are coming after Perry. They're going to make things very difficult on him right here. Holy Cross kind of in a position, down late here in the half. They've got to try to make something happen to get themselves back in the game. It's a dangerous time for them.
37-6, I think was the last I saw. It was a lot Pikeville and not a lot Newport Calf. 2:25 clock resting as he gets out of bounds, so the Rams can not have to burn a timeout. 3 hats down. Perry tries to keep it himself, tries to bounce it off the right edge, and picks up a couple. And now let's see if the Rams will try to burn a timeout and conserve some of this clock if they can get the football back.
Nice job by Cameron Bell right there. That ball starts left but breaks back in the right B gap, outside backer. In this defense, Cameron Bell able to maintain his gap, not get too excited, good eye discipline, steps up and makes the play right in the hole.
I talked with Cam Bell this week, and one of those new linebackers on the unit, and I said, what did you think coming in that was going to be your goals? He said, I didn't even know if I could play this position or not. In the preseason game against Wheelersburg, had a pick 6, and he said, that's when I kind of figured out maybe I can do something here. 3rd down and 2 for the Cougars. Man in motion, far side to near. Perry keeps it himself, cuts back right, has the first down marker across midfield into Raceland territory down to the 48-yard line, and that'll move the sticks for only the 3rd first down of the Cougars with 1:43 to play in the opening half. Gain of 5 on that last carry there. Perry coming into the ball game, 1,000 yards, averaging 76.9 tonight. He's been held to 12 yards on 7 totes. Here's a reverse. They'll give it off to Hardesty on the end around, and the Rams snuff that one out nicely as Elias Jackson off that defensive line chases him down and keeps it at a very short gain.
This coaching staff, they had that sniffed out the whole way. That's a play that Holy Cross ran last week for a touchdown, and I could see as soon as Hardesty lined up at the wing, a lot of pointing going on. They knew it was coming.
Yeah, he went for 71 last week. Inside of a minute, Perry wanting to throw, steps up in the pocket, heaving it down the seam, looking for Hardesty, and it's incomplete. Parker Fannin, the man in coverage, Clock stops with 49 seconds to play in the half and brings up 3rd down and 8. Stay tuned with us at the break. We'll check all the scoring and stats. We'll also check in with Shaylin Newman. She'll have both coaches at the break. We'll talk with Mike Sammons going into halftime. We'll talk with Eric Dick after.
Raceland defense not doing only a great job at the point of attack, also doing a great job of pursuing, but also doing a great job of keeping the lid on everything. No chunk plays from this Holy Cross offense tonight.
49.4 seconds on arrested clock for Perry on 3rd down and long, and Eric Dick wants to burn a timeout. Tonight's game is brought to you in part by the Greenup County Public Library. Explore all the possibilities at the Greenup County Public Library. Ron the Master Insurance. Let the good folks at Ron the Master Insurance in South Shore take care of all your insurance needs. Andrew Imo, your newly elected Greenup County clerk, wants you to know that he'll be working hard for you just like the Rams have been working hard all season. And Bob Meenick State Farm Insurance. Let Bob help you with all your insurance needs. And from everyone at Bob Meenick Insurance, good luck, Rams. A couple of good looks there inside the huddle with the Cougars. There's a nice shot of Mike Sammons patrolling up and down the Rams sideline. A big hat tip to our crew tonight. MJ McKay, our executive producer. Up top, Hunter Masters. Working the robotic cameras tonight is Austin Ray. Shaylin Newman doing camera work and sideline reporting. And Ben Spicer bringing you some phenomenal coverage tonight on the Cool Hits Sports Network and Kool TV. All right, out of the timeout, 3rd down and 8.
Raceland playing 5 deep here in prevent defense.
2 linebackers, 3 men all standing up. Perry looks at the pressure coming off the edge, rolling out right, wants to throw, throws back across his body, has his man there who makes the grab. It's Roland Royce who makes the grab down inside the 35, and that'll move the sticks. And, Coach, that's one of the things that Mike Sammons talked about. When the play breaks down and goes into helter-skelter, that's when Perry's at his best.
Yeah, again, that's twice tonight. He's been able to roll to his right or roll and throw back across his body.
Gain of 13 on the play. On 1st down, pressure coming off the back. They'll flip it over top of the defense and get it into the hands of the receiver. I'm still waiting for him to pop up. He's down on the far sideline. Jackson Heighton chases him out of bounds. It was hauled in by, it was number 10. So either way, it's 2nd down and 4. Keith Hadley. I didn't have him on my list because he hadn't done anything this season. So 2nd down, 4. Perry stands in the pocket, now rolls left, floats it over top. He's got his man there of McClellan, who pulls it down at the 10. There's a penalty marker in the backfield. And they should get the hold on Tyler Ballard that's going to negate this big play there that he's got the hold against Jules Farrell.
That was an absolute no-doubter right there. The back in protection there was Ballard, and he just grabbed Farrell by the back and slung him down. Easy call for the White Hat.
All right, so put him back to the 42-yard line. It's from the spot of the foul. So now 19 seconds to play before halftime and make it 2nd down and 19. Royce goes in motion. Perry standing in the pocket, now rolling out right, trying to look upfield. Floats it over top, and that one's swatted away. Campbell in coverage. Nice job face guarding on the sideline. The pass was intended out to Royce. It's 3rd down and 19 with 12 seconds to play in the half.
Yeah, that's good coaching right there, because when you're trailing the receiver right there, you don't want to turn your head until you get in phase. And he didn't get there till the last minute, so he never turned around. But he read the hands of the receiver and got his hand up and was able to deflect that ball. That's a good piece of DB play right there.
The Rams still have all their timeouts, so anything underneath here, they could certainly burn a timeout and try to get maybe one play away after a punt. 5 DBs back, everybody dropping. Pressure coming by Cold Iron off the edge. Perry rolling out right, trying to find something to do. He'll float it out near sideline, and Mason Likens runs underneath it. He's got his second interception of the season, and he's dragging his man off the near sideline. Interception number 23 on the year, and the Rams will head to the locker room. Let's see if they're going to put any time back on the clock or not. And there is a penalty marker here. They're going to negate the penalty marker, and we'll head down and talk with Shaylin Newman. She'll grab Mike Sammons for a quick word here in just a second. But Mason Likens with the interception sends the Rams to the locker room leading 27-6. So Coach Sammons is headed toward our Shaylin Newman. And Shaylin, we'll go to you for Coach Mike Sammons.
With Coach Sammons. Coach, what are your thoughts on the game on the first? In the second half?
Just continue to be physical. We obviously got to get the quarterback on the ground. He's made some plays, and we just got to keep.
Back to you.
Thank you, Shaylin. 27-6, our score at the half. We'll take a break. We come back. We'll break it all down. We'll also talk with head coach for the Cougars, Eric Dick, on the other side. That's as we continue here in a halftime show on the Cool Hits Sports Network.
Serving the communities of Raceland and Worthington since 1928, Raceland schools have been a beacon of learning and growth in the tri-state. A private school education at a public school price. Raceland's distinguished schools are a caring place where students can learn and grow. Committed to the future, Raceland's academic and arts programs rank among the top in the state, and test scores are among the highest in the area. Oh yeah, our football team isn't too bad either. We are Raceland, and this is home.
When you need collision work or mechanical work on your vehicle, go to Bowman's Auto Service, Lexington Avenue in Flatwoods. Bowman's can do frame repair for ICAR certification. They have a downdraft bake oven for factory paint finish, and they get your vehicle back to its pre-accident condition with qualified ICAR Gold certified technicians. Bowman's is also an ASE certified mechanic shop providing transmission flushes, steering and suspension services, AC services, oil changes, and tune-ups. At Bowman's, they always strive for 100% customer satisfaction. Bowman's Auto Service, Lexington Avenue in Flatwoods. Call 836-0837.
Does your gas station or convenience store need a facelift? If so, call River City Builders at 473-4112 for your remedy. Big or small projects, River City's Builders is a company for all your needs. We have extensive experience in the petroleum industry, from routine gas dispenser and canopy maintenance to above-ground, underground tank and piping work to full-blown remodels and new builds. Call River City Builders at 473-4112 for all your petroleum needs. We'll cover your back and keep your customers pumping gas.
For those on the go, the smoothie connoisseur, the break room favorite, and for those that just never quite have it all, Clark's has what you need to keep your day on track. Make life easier and keep your busy schedule moving forward with everything you need at Clark's. Clark's Pump and Shop. Return, refresh, refuel.
27-6, as you see the Raceland dance team performing out during the halftime period. The Rams leading this one halfway home to a berth in next week's state championship game. But still, a lot of football still to play in this one. Let's go through the scoring from the first half. Raceland, after forcing a 3-and-out, Logan Lundy shows off the speed on the back end of a nice stiff arm at the midfield stripe, and he goes 44 yards to the house, 7-0. Raceland, 7:56 to play in the first quarter. Rams get a stop, what appeared to be. Instead, it was called pass interference. It continued the drive for the Cougars, and they get the response they were looking for, a 6-yard touchdown pass as Chris Perry throws it into the back of the end zone to Logan McClellan. Extra point is no good, 17 seconds to play in the first, 7-6 after one. Raceland responds quickly as Noah Wallace goes in from 5 yards out on the back end of a 47-yard run. Extra point is true. 14-6, 9:55 to play before halftime. Then Lundy finds Parker Fannin 58 yards. He caught the ball and then sprinted past everyone on the way to the house. 21-6. And then a double pass as it goes from Mason Likens to Jules Farrell for 50 yards. Extra point sails wide right. 2:39 to play before halftime. And that is our score, 27-6. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll check individual numbers on this one. We'll get you an interview with Coach Eric Dick of Holy Cross and get you ready for the second half of action. 27-6, Rams in the locker room with the lead. Our coverage continues in the halftime show after this on the Cool Hit Sports Network.
You know, financial security begins at home with home ownership. If you've been putting off looking for a home because you think you can't afford it, you owe it to yourself to check out Members Choice Credit Union. Members Choice Credit Union has programs for first-time home buyers and more to help put you in the home of your dreams. Call, click, or stop by Members Choice Credit Union today.
Members Choice Credit Union, NMLS 411945, Equal Housing Lender. Call for additional information. Other restrictions may apply.
When you have business away from home or a planned event far from your comfort zone, you're probably going to need a little help. Let A&A Porta Potties assist you with all your portable toilet needs. Whether on a construction site, planning for an outdoor wedding, or any other outdoor event, A&A Porta Potties are here to assist you. A&A Porta Potties also rents out storage containers, office containers, cooling fans, tables, and chairs. A&A Porta Potties, there is no event too big or too small for us to accommodate you.
In addition to the Greenup location, Stultz Pharmacy's newest location is at 437 James Hanna Drive in South Shore, but has retained the name you know and love, McDonald Pharmacy, with the same great service you'll find in the Greenup location, with free delivery service and their convenient drive-through. Get your vaccinations and allergy shots, and of course, great prescription service at Stultz Pharmacy in Greenup and McDonald Pharmacy, James Hanna Drive, South Shore.
Stultz Pharmacy. Raceland Christian Church, 210 Caroline Road, wishes all of our area athletes the best as they compete in their respective seasons. May you be encouraged by your church family to run with endurance the race set before you in such a way as pleases Jesus so that you gain the prize that never fades away. Raceland Christian Church meets Sunday at 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. at 210 Caroline Road, Raceland. Visit us online at racelandchristian.com.
27-6, halftime score with the Rams in the locker room leading Holy Cross here in the state semifinals here on Black Friday in Ramland. James Collier, Coach Brent Terry, happy to have you along with us. Let's take a look at some numbers for this one. We'll start first with the visiting Cougars. Only 4 first downs in this ball game. 3 for 8 on third down conversions, 74 total yards, 54 of that through the air. Chris Perry, 8 of 14. They've rushed it 14 times for 20 yards. And, Coach, before we go any further in that, that just sets into kind of fruition, if you will, this rushing attack for the Raceland defense. Number 1 in Class Single A in the top 10 in the state, regardless of classification, only giving up 66 yards a game.
Yeah, they knew their task tonight, and so far, the first half, check it off, completed. They've held Chris Perry in check. They haven't given him any room to run up inside, and anytime he's back to pass, they've made him completely uncomfortable. They've forced him out of the pocket. He's tried to make some plays on the run, and he's a good athlete, and he's made a few completions here and there, but he's been uncomfortable all night.
Raceland with 10 first downs, brought to you apart by Ram Pharmacy. 2 for 4 on third down tries, 1 of 1 on fourth down tries. 298 total yards of offense for the Rams. That's in a half against this Cougars defense that was averaging 224 a game.
Yeah, they really don't have much in the way of stopping Raceland right now. They're just Raceland's doing whatever they want to do. They've been able to run the ball a little bit between the tackles, but they've made their hay on the perimeter tonight. They've stretched the defense side to side. They've thrown some bubble screens. They've thrown some wide receiver screens. They've thrown a gadget play in there for a touchdown. They've been able to do about what they want, and that starts with those 5 guys up front. They're able to make plenty of room for these backs.
4 for 5. The passing attack tonight for the Rams. Logan Lundy, 3 for 4, 108 yards, a touchdown. Mason Likens on the double pass. He goes 50 yards to Jules Farrell, who hauls in only his 4th catch of the season. He was three catches for 16 yards coming into this ball game, and That's not the guy that anyone expected to see slipping out the back. And I called it. He said it's like he's standing there in center field taking a fly ball. There was nobody within 15 yards of him.
Yeah, no, completely. Holy Cross was completely baffled. They had no idea it was coming. They completely blew the coverage. And that goes to show you when they throw the ball on the perimeter, everybody's got to react, because if you don't, then they're going to make yards on the perimeter right there. But everybody reacted. Somebody up top, they had that set up, obviously, maybe off film, or somebody up top saw that the way the safety was reacting to the wide receiver screen, and where they set it up pretty, and he, like you said, kind of threw it out there, and you didn't want to overthrow him. When you're that wide open, kind of make them stop and catch it, and they'll be able to get the completion, and very well done on the gadget play.
27-6, our score here at the break. We'll take a break. When we return, we'll take a look at individual numbers from this one, get you ready for the second half of action. Rams halfway home to a berth in the state championship. They've got the ball coming out on the other side as we continue here in the halftime show on the Kool Sports Network.
Hey Rams fans, would you do anything to support your team? What about switching your checking account? With Ashland Credit Union's debit card, you can support your favorite team. Every time you make an eligible purchase with your debit card, Ashland Credit Union donates 10 cents on your behalf to the Senior Assistance Program. Sign up for your favorite team's debit card today at Ashland Credit Union, 1300 Central Avenue, Ashland. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by NCUA.
When you want real, authentic Mexican menu items, you want Tres Hermanos Nunez. Accept no substitutes, none compares. Fajitas, tacos, burritos, quesadillas, chimichangas, even vegetarian choices. A kids menu, desserts and salads, a tasty, budget-pleasing selection for you and your family, unlike any others. Should be your first and only choice for authentic Mexican all throughout the tri-state. Ashland, Greenham, Grayson, Paintsville, Canova, South Point, Olive Hill, and Cannonsburg. Tres Hermanos Nunez, the best around.
Doubt, stress, anxiety, frustration. That was yesterday. Today is your day to get back on track to a brighter future. At Ashland Community and Technical College, we're open and ready to help now. With ridiculously affordable, amazingly flexible classes that can lead to highly paid positions in IT, healthcare, and more. The real world's tough, but not as tough as you. Visit kctcs.edu/find your career.
Fairchild Auto has a great selection of pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with in-house financing. Buy here, pay here. Everyone can be approved. Payments as low as $200 a month are available. From the moment you step on the lot until you drive away in your next car, your buying experience with Fairchild's Auto Sales is their #1 priority. Use the expertise and resources of their great sales staff to find the right car at the right price. Call 606-494-2030 to schedule your test drive.
27-6 as we welcome you back here to halftime. Rams leading Holy Cross in the first ever meeting between these two teams. But the Rams halfway home to a berth in next Friday afternoon's championship game at Kroger Field. Let's look at some individual numbers for the visiting Cougars. Chris Perry, 8 of 14 for 54 yards. He's thrown a touchdown. That lone touchdown went to Logan McClellan on the only points of the contest for the Cougars. Perry has been limited, though, on the ground. 7 carries for 12 yards. Tyler Ballard, who had 876 rushing yards coming in, 5 for 6. Leading the way through the receiving unit for the Cougars, Joey Fouché, 3 catches for 18. Logan McClellan, 2 for 13, and the lone touchdown. Logan Lundy, 3 for 4, 108 yards. A touchdown is long going for 58 to Parker Fannin. Mason Likens, the 1 pass for 50 on the double pass that hooks up with Jules Farrell on only his 4th catch of the season. He was 3 for 16 coming into tonight's contest. Noah Wallace leads the way, 8 carries for 62 yards. He's flirting with back-to-back 100-plus yard rushing games. He has 7 in his career. He's had 2 this season. He's never gone back-to-back. Can he do it here this evening? He needs 38 more yards to go over the century mark. Logan Lundy, 3 carries for 51, including that 44-yard house call for the first points of the game. Isaac Browning, 3 for 18. Parker Fannin, 2 catches for 93. He's trying to get over the 100-yard mark for the second time this season, in which he had 135. Coach, let me look under here real quick. 135 earlier this year. And we'll see how we can get him in there from that. So about 2 minutes to go as Holy Cross is making their way out on the field. We'll take a quick break. We'll try to grab Coach Eric Dick on the other side as we get you ready for the second half of action. Rams leading it, and our coverage continues after this on the Kool Hits Sports Network.
Hello, football fans. This is Amy with the Amy for Africa Ministry. We want to say happy Thanksgiving. We have so much to be thankful for. God has blessed us with football, great schools, a nation that is free, but above all, God sent his son to die for us, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. That alone is a reason to thank God every day. He is good. Happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy your families, enjoy football, and don't forget, go Rams.
For those on the go, the smoothie connoisseur, the break room favorite, and for those that just never quite have it all, Clark's has what you need to keep your day on track. Make life easier and keep your busy schedule moving forward with everything you need at Clark's. Clark's Pump and Shop. Return, refresh, refuel.
Back here in halftime coverage on the Kool Hits Sports Network. James Collier, happy to have you along with us here tonight with Coach Brent Terry. Coach, thoughts on the first half of play?
Yeah, just a dominant performance so far from Raceland. They've been able to do what they want to do on offense, able to throw it when they want to, run it when they have to. They're doing all the things. They've done a great job on defense of keeping Perry bottled up, not making him certainly feel uncomfortable tonight. So they've executed their game plan to a T. I'm sure when they went out at halftime, pretty much it was, hey, let's just continue to do what we do, continue to execute the game plan that we've got put in place so far, and it's just been dominant all night for the Rams.
Bardstown leading Mason County 28-20. That game just before halftime. Mason County undefeated coming into that ball game after a hearty win last week over Greenup. So we'll see how that one plays out. Cowell is in front of Ashland big, and Pikeville rolling up Newport Central Catholic. Join me tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, right here on the Kool Hits Sports Network, as I'll have Let's Talk Sports. And we'll talk about all the games from around the area. We'll preview the 6 championship games that will play next weekend, beginning on Friday afternoon at Kroger Field, the home of the UK Wildcats. We'll have players and coaches involved as well. We'll get you all set up for the Class Single A championship game, which at the moment appears it's going to be 2 names that many predicted at the beginning of the season would be in that very game. We still have 24 minutes to go before we crown a champion here in this one. But the Rams certainly taking care of business, and, Coach, an opportunity here to really put this one out of reach.
Yeah, we talked about early when they decided to defer, when they won the toss, we said there'd be an opportunity to maybe double up. They scored with about 3 minutes to go there in the half. Then they're able to hold off, Holy Cross as they got into Ram territory. But this is a chance to really drive it home right here. If they can go up another score, really would make it tough. Not that it's not already going to be tough for the Cougars to come back in this one, but this could really salt it away for them.
Coach Eric Dick did not appear for his interview, so attempts were unsuccessful. So that's the reason we are not bringing you that, as he walked straight on past onto his other sideline. And, Coach, sometimes it's when you're dealing with the media and you're on the back end of where you are in this game, you're not really real receptive of having conversations.
No, that's a tough thing to do sometimes. Just a long trip from home. It's getting cold out there right now, and you're down 27-6, and you're really not. You can't really point to anything that we've done well so far if you're Holy Cross, and so it's a bad feeling, and you're not in a very good mood right there. Sometimes maybe just better to say nothing.
I talked with Coach Dick earlier this week, and one thing that he talked about was he was really blown away with how organized everything going into this event was, from the planning of getting them here, making certain they knew where they had to be for their locker room area, the coverage that we're providing here tonight on the Kool Hits Sports Network. He said it feels like it's like a college game day atmosphere he was just really impressed with everything that's happening here at Raceland.
We know it is an impressive setup. I've not been to a game in Raceland in a very long time, and they do it right over here. There is no doubt. They have a great crowd, cowbells, milk jug shakers, train whistles. They got a great press box up here. You guys provide great coverage for them. It's an impressive setup for single A football. For any level of football, it's an impressive setup.
A couple of quick hellos to a couple of good friends of mine, Hank Bond and Grant Traylor, tuning in tonight. Gentlemen, happy Thanksgiving. Thanks for tuning in. Also, my good buddy Kent Robinson. He's about ready to get ready for some basketball action. We get started with hoops action coming up this week. A full collection of basketball up, but we've got 24 more minutes of football here for the final game at home. Hardesty puts a boot to it, and Browning will backpedal to the 11. Off we go, second half of action. Browning at the 20, cuts back right, trying to get to the outside edge, and drags the pile with him across the 30-yard line, and the Rams will start up with nice return yardage there by Isaac Browning to start the second half of action. So the Rams will start the second half out at their own 31-yard line. On a nice return there by Browning. So Jackson Heighton in the backfield for the first time tonight with Browning in a double-barrel shotgun look. Two receivers left, one right. Lundy on 1st and 10. Hands it off to Browning. Browning gets a block there from Heighton, trying to stretch it to the outside edge. Slips a tackle 35, cuts upfield. Rolling and rumbling as Mason Likens provides the blocking out in front, and he takes it all the way down to the 41-yard line, and Laundrie comes in late.
You love to see the perimeter blocking right there, and Likens doing a good job of pushing the DB down the field. Don't know what the flag is coming in there a little bit late, but excellent perimeter blocking.
No flag, they'll pick it up. So the run of 28 to start the second half as a Ram Pharmacy first down for the Rams, number 11 in the ball game, averaging nearly 19 a contest.
James Lyman loved those stretch plays where they can just kind of turn and run, and they know they don't have to get a huge push. They just get one guy sealed, and that back will find a hole.
And that time right there, a wide receiver providing the cutback lane for him to get downfield. Trips for Lundy. He'll turn, give it off to Browning again. Browning with a head of steam right up the gut. He goes. Ballard reaches up, grabs him at the 35, and Browning will take him all the way down to the 30. A gain of 11 and another Ram Pharmacy first down.
If you're watching the offensive line right there, 58, Chase Correll pulls around from left guard and gets up on the linebacker right there in order to kind of lead the way.
Trips left this time. Now they're going to go into an empty set as Browning will go wide. Likens and Wallace left on the boundary. 7 hats in the line. Here they come, setting up the bubble screen to Noah Wallace. Wallace makes the cutback, makes the grab across the 25. And Wallace, coming in, only caught 2 passes this season, picks up his third.
The Rams are just a bear to defend. I mean, no back, 2 back, tight end, no tight end. They just do it all. They're so multiple, and they do it all from kind of a no-huddle tempo. Not a breakneck tempo, but they keep you up on the line. They don't let you rest.
Hey, Coach, that was something you and I, we talked at lunch this week. I said you can go from so many personnel without changing personnel. That's something that makes this team so devastating. Here's Jackson Heighton on a little counter play, and he gets tackled before he gets to the 20. As a nice play there by Tyler Ballard, the middle linebacker, after he picks up 1. So bring up 3rd down and 1 for the Rams. They're 2 for 4 tonight on 3rd down tries, leading 27-6. We'll cross 10 minutes on this snap. Lundy will stay in a double-barrel shotgun look with Heighton and Browning on 3rd and 1. Handoff Browning. He's got a huge hole. Lowers the shoulder. Delivers a punishing blow. A little tap dance to the end zone. Touchdown, Rams. I don't care what you say for the rest of the game. There's your Bowman's Auto Collision and Auto Service Center. Big hit of the game. Wow. Isaac Browning just leveled Logan McClellan. He did not try to run around him. He said, you are standing on the train tracks and the train is coming through. Wow, what a hit and carry. Ison's extra point is good, but we'll get an offsides against. It's either going to be an offsides or a false start. You get a 50-50 shot here, Mike. Which one is it? And it is offsides. You lost. So now the question is, does Mike Sammons want to try for two here as the ball will go up? Offense. And a yard and a half, and the offense will go on for the two-point conversion. Coach, they've run this a couple of times this year, and this is where they like to bring the tight ends into play.
Yeah, they move that ball down there you get half the distance there, so you're on the 1.5 yard line. When you got an offense like Raceland right here, you feel like you can power this thing into the end zone. They got so many guys that can carry it here, or it could be old number 7. He can put it in there too.
Well, another option they've got here is go into the I formation with Noah Wallace. They're going to stay in an offset pistol look with an H-back of Browning. Lundy puts a man in motion. They'll give it off to Connor Hughes. Hughes takes it off the left side. There's touchdown number 50. Well, we can't really call it a touchdown, as we've got a scrum tied up here. It's a two-point conversion, so we can't give him 50 just yet. That's not his 50th just yet. That's a two-point conversion. So either way, 35-6. We've got to wait on the 50th. But the Rams leading it here. We'll go ahead and stay right here.
I'm just super impressed with the perimeter blocking. If it's not Likens, it's Wallace. On the touchdown run, it was Heighton who kind of came through and led the way. Really, these guys, the way they kind of work for each other, that just shows you the camaraderie, the way these backs and receivers all block for each other. Yeah, the linemen are supposed to block every play, but when those skill guys get involved in pushing people around, man, that gets you going.
5 plays, 69 yards, 251 on the time of possession. And the Rams punch it in and make it 35-6. It's a blowout here on Black Friday. It's a bigger blowout sale than you saw at the local shopping marts.
Man, what a run by Mr. Browning right there.
So now Ison to send this one away. And a high kick. Hardesty will come under it at the 11. Across the 15-20, trying to cut back onto the far sideline. Now bounces it out with a stiff arm and crosses the 30-yard line. So a nice return there by Jace Hardesty out to the 31. And with 9:37 to play in the third, Raceland leads this one 35-6.
This Ram defense so far is just give Holy Cross no room to breathe. If it wasn't for a PI early in the game, they probably wouldn't have 6 points.
Perry on 1st and 10. Pumps, wants to come near sideline, does to McClellan, and he gets leveled. Cam Bell. Poor Logan McClellan was left hanging high and dry there. Usually you see a play like that across the middle. That time it was a low-lofted ball that's going to be called for a loss of 2.
Yeah, he had to come back. They wanted to break and go or the pump and go right there. They faked the wide receiver screen and tried to get the receiver down the boundary, but it wasn't open. Well defended there by Newman. So he had to come back to the original receiver there, and then Bell just laid it on him.
So 2nd and 12. Hardesty goes in motion. A low snap. They give it off to Ballard. Ballard spins after finding a small crease off the right edge and picks up a couple. So put him out to the 33-yard line. A gain of 4 makes it 3rd down and 8. 8.5 to play here in the third. Good look there from high atop. Twin set now for Perry with an H-back offset. 3 hats down for the Rams. They bring 4. Pressure coming off the edge. Perry, a jump throw as he fires it out of bounds. Cam Bell forced him to get rid of it quickly. Braden Webb in coverage. They were trying to find Fouché, and it's a 3-and-out, and the Rams hold here on 4th down.
Yeah, really nowhere to go for Perry, nowhere to run the ball. Bell applying the pressure. Nobody downfield. Helpless feeling right there.
8:12 to go on a rested clock here in the third quarter. The Rams leading 35-6. So now Newman, who's not had a chance to get under one and return it, as Hardesty's done a good job of keeping it away from him. This one's a low driving kick. Newman will backpedal and then just gets away from it as it tumbles across the 30, and they'll down it at the 29. We're going to try to grab Raceland Superintendent Larry Coldiron in just a little bit, and we'll get some words from him, as he was very instrumental of getting the new turf surface here in Ramland. So now the offense back out with a 35-6 lead with 8:05 to play in the frame. Lundy and Wallace. Braden Webb is an H-back. Lundy turns, gives it off to Wallace. Wallace following Webb, hits the B button after crawling through the hole off the right, or the left edge, excuse me, and picks up a couple. They'll take him out to the 34-yard line on a gain of 5, 2nd and 5.
Raceland continuing just to gash the inside of this Holy Cross defense. Able to get, they're just distorting that defense such a way they're not able to maintain their gaps.
Lundy claps off to Wallace again. A nice little stutter move. That time he got a little too fancy as McClellan got to him off the edge, and that allowed Ballard to come in and slow him down. They'll give him out to, looks like, the 37-yard line. So make it a gain of 3, and makes it 3rd down and 2. Raceland 3 for 5 tonight on that mark. They'll go 3 wide to the right, 1 left. That's Newman. Lundy turns, looks to the sideline, changes the positioning of Isaac Browning. Lundy's just going to keep it himself. He'll follow Browning. He lowers the shoulder, trying to push forward. He's going to be shy or very, very close, depending on the marker. And the near side official running in looks like that they will move it. And they do. Move the sticks, another Ram Pharmacy. 1st down.
It's nice to have a quarterback that's 6'3" and over 200 pounds that's not afraid to put his shoulder down and get tough yards like that.
So Lundy needed the 39. He got the 39.25 yard, Bill. I like it, baby. 14th first down of the ball game. Twin set for Lundy. Play action. Stands high in the pocket. Going for the double move. Now rolls out. Looking right. He's going to try to get the edge. He'll throw it. He's got a man down the sideline on a comeback route as he gets it out to Connor Hughes. Penalty marker is down.
We might have somebody down the field there. A lot of times when the quarterback extends the play for that long, it's very easy for those offensive linemen just to kind of find themselves drifting down the field there a little bit. But we'll see.
Now our Whitehound is turning, looking to the sideline to see what they want. Do they want the penalty, or do they want to replay the down with, or take the incompletion? And they're going to take the penalty. So move the football back to the 34 and a loss of 5 and make it 1st and 15. Twin set for Lundy. The give off to Browning, and Browning wrestled to the ground after crossing the 35 for a pickup of a couple.
Give some credit to Holy Cross, continuing to play hard, no give up, no quit in the Cougars tonight. Down big, 35-6, but still playing hard.
So gain of a couple on the play takes it gain of 3, makes it 2nd down and 12. Lundy, little pitch out to Wallace. Wallace finds a seam and a big hole as he streaks down the center of the field. McClellan's the only man that has an angle. He's not going to get there. Wallace takes it to the house. 63 yards on the scamper by Noah Wallace. He's over the century mark, and the Rams blowing the doors off this one, 41-6. 5:22 to play in the third.
Another perimeter run from Raceland right there. They've been able to do it all night.
So now to put the clock in motion the rest of the way. And Ison splits the uprights. 42-6. Let's go Krogering. We're back after this on the Kool Sports Network.
Doubt, stress, anxiety, frustration. That was yesterday. Today is your day to get back on track to a brighter future. At Ashland Community and Technical College, we're open and ready to help now. With ridiculously affordable, amazingly flexible classes that can lead to highly paid positions in IT, healthcare, and more. The real world's tough, but not as tough as you. Visit kctcs.edu/findyourcareer.
Serving the communities of Raceland and Worthington since 1928, Raceland schools have been a beacon of learning and growth in the tri-state. A private school education at a public school price. Raceland's distinguished schools are a caring place where students can learn and grow. Committed to the future, Raceland's academic and arts programs rank among the top in the state, and test scores are among the highest in the area. Oh yeah, our football team isn't too bad either. We are Raceland, and this is home.
Ison's kick fielded at the 7 by Hardesty with a head of steam. He pile drives his way through as he runs into the wall of Christian Wall, and he is a little slow to come up. Noah Carey in there as the stop as well. And then a laundry article back here at the 40-yard line. That last drive up for the Rams, 5 plays, 71 yards, 3 minutes, 18 seconds. That's their longest drive of the game, believe it or not. So we got a chop block against Holy Cross. So it goes from the end of the kick. So let's see where they started. I believe he got out to the 27 is where it appeared. And then that should put it from 15 from there, should put it at the 12, and then it goes to the 14. So obviously it was from the 29. So 1st and 10. Perry, little counter play there as he gives it off to Ballard, and Ballard trying to force himself forward and picks up a couple. Ben Taylor there on the stop. Gain of 2 on the play.
They just haven't been able to get anything going inside the tackles. And up front, the 3 down guys and the 2 linebackers have just played extremely well holding the point of attack.
26 yards on 16 totes tonight to be on the exact mark. That's how dominant this Rams defense has played here this evening. Perry dropping back, standing in the pocket, comes near sideline, throws it a dart into triple coverage. On the near sideline, Braden Webb, Cam Bell, and Noah Wallace there. The catch was made by Fouché. That was a heck of a pass. That goes to the 24 and moves the sticks for a first down. Only the 5th first down of the receivers left, 1 right. Raceland showing blitz. Here they come. Perry steps up in the pocket, rolling out right, floats it out to his man, McClellan. He slips a tackle, angling down the sideline. Brody Austin chasing him down and takes him out of bounds. But a big hook up there as McClellan takes it down inside Raceland territory. And they'll take him down inside the 40 to the 39-yard line on a gain of 37. Inside of 3 to go on the running clock here in the state semifinals. The Rams on their way to Kroger. They've stuffed their bellies full of turkey, and now they're trying to stuff their trophy cases full of some more hardware. Penalty marker comes in for behind as they'll get down. That's Pennebaker that makes the carry down to the 30. And now they're going to get a shot block against Raceland. So from the 30, should go half the distance, which should be at the, I guess they're going to say it was at the 31.
Unusual call you don't see there very often, chop block on the defense.
Yeah.
I didn't see it, but it must have been one of the backers taking on the back low. You're not allowed to do that. You got to take that thing on up high. So, but I didn't see it.
Perry on 1st and 10. Pressure coming off the edge. Chase from behind him. Mason Likens pokes him down. Ball is loose. Elias Jackson picks it up. He's got reservation for 6. They're going to blow it dead. Jackson's going to go ahead and do the dash all the way to the house. But Mason Likens coming untouched from behind, and he delivers a punishing blow on Chris Perry, who's very slow to come back to his feet.
We talked about earlier picking your spots to blitz. There's some edge pressure. They try to sprint away from it, but no running away from Likens right there as he comes in from behind and clubs that ball. They're going to call him down, but it sure looked like he clubbed that ball loose and as he drove Perry into the ground.
Now, you can always go back and take a look at it on Kool TV. I guarantee you, with the many angles we've got here tonight, you were able to see it from whichever way. But from the vantage point that it's looking right at us, that ball was loose. Either way, it's a loss of 12 on the play, and it's 2nd and 22. Perry in a twin set. 3-step drop, looks right. Ball was tipped at the line. Cam Bell got a fingertip on that one. Incomplete 3rd down.
So they bring pressure from the field on the last play. They bring pressure from the boundary side on this play. And Bell able, knowing he's not going to get home there, seeing the 3-step drop, seeing the quick throw, gets his hands up and knocks it down.
So 3rd down and 22. 50 seconds to go on the running clock here in the 3rd stanza. All Raceland in this one, 42-6. It was 7-6 in the first quarter, and the Rams have rolled since. And this could be the final play of the 3rd frame if the Rams elect to let it be. Perry rolling out left, pressure coming from behind. He's hit as he throws a wounded duck into the end zone. Fouché runs underneath it. Brody Austin is going to get called for the pass interference as Fouché can't haul it in. The clock will rest with 17.8 seconds to go with the infraction, and it's pass interference on the Rams. We'll go half the distance to the goal, so down to the 14. So they'll replay the down and make it now 3rd and 8.
Perry unloaded that with pressure right in his face. Kind of just threw up a 50-50 ball that wasn't able to be caught, but P.I. kind of bailed him out there.
Trying to Fouché was on that deep post route, got underneath the coverage on the 2 safeties back. It was Austin that he got underneath. So now the clock will run. They do not have to snap it if they don't want to. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And they do take it away. They'll give it off to Ballard. Ballard goes off left guard, and Ben Taylor wraps him up and stands him up at the 15, and that will take us to quarter number 4. We'll join Shayla Newman and Larry Coldiron after we return after this on the Cool Hit Sports Network.
There's a lot of places to invest your money and no shortage of advice, but I think a lot of these get-rich-quick schemes are good ways to get broke quick. That's why I like the CDs at my bank. Guaranteed, insured.
Great rates, plus the comfort of knowing your CDs are guaranteed and insured. That's First of People's Bank. For all your banking needs, see the good folks at First of People's Bank, the home office. Member Equal Housing Lender, FDIC.
In addition to the Greenup location, Stultz Pharmacy's newest location is at 437 James Hanna Drive in South Shore, but has retained the name you know and love, McDonald Pharmacy, with the same great service you'll find in the Greenup location, with free delivery service and their convenient drive-through. Get your vaccinations and allergy shots, and of course, great prescription service at Stultz Pharmacy in Greenup and McDonald Pharmacy, James Hanna Drive, South Shore.
Stultz Pharmacy.
42-6 as we welcome you back to Rams Stadium here in the state semifinals. Let's go down to the sideline. Our Shayla Newman standing by with Raceland Superintendent Larry Coldiron.
Tonight we're here with Superintendent Larry Coldiron. Mr. Coldiron, what are your thoughts on the new turf?
Oh, it's a great place. It's a great surface, a great atmosphere. Rams Stadium. Couldn't ask for a better place, right?
Right. And I know that you actually have a son on the football team this year. How does it make you feel that this would be his last year playing football?
Oh, at first starts to make me feel old. I'm getting old, but no, it's been great opportunity for Clay and all of his classmates. Senate Bill 128's been good for me and our family, and an extra year to get to able to come back and enjoy this and look at this place. It's awesome.
I'd say regardless, it was a good way to end his season, right?
Absolutely. We got a running clock, 42-6, with a chance to go to Kroger. We're going to Lexington, baby.
Yes. Thank you very much. Back to you, James.
Thank you, Shaylin. I like Coach Mr. Coldiron's state there. We're going to Kroger, baby. So the pass on fourth down is incomplete. There is laundry on the field. Somebody should have sponsored the flags tonight. So we got unsportsmanlike conduct on Holy Cross. So 15 yards on the back side of that will give Raceland the football, now out at the 28-yard line. So it is a turnover on downs, and then the 15 yards goes on the other side of it. And it should be at the 28. There we go. All good. Stay tuned with us after the game. We'll have the scores and numbers from this one. The Bowman's Auto Center and Collision Service, Bowman's Auto Service and Collision Center, big hit of the game. We've already said which that one is. That one's a no-doubter. Here's Lundy rolling out, brings it near sideline. That's Newman. He was shoved from behind. Where's the laundry now? Hardesty shoved him from behind out of bounds. These officials want to get to the end quicker than the officials against the Jets and Patriots last week.
Newman did a nice job, though, of making himself. He had a hook route right there, kind of a curl route, but he made himself available over on the sideline and might have had to catch there if Hardesty had not pushed him.
Lundy hands it off to Jackson Height with a stiff arm, trying to bounce it to the outside edge. Ballard gets there, and then finally coming in from behind and adding a little bit of help there was Camden Henderson Reed.
This is the time of game, unfortunately, in a score like this, in a game like this, where a lot of the guys, maybe a lot of those seniors from Holy Cross kind of start realizing that, hey, man, this is my last time out on the football field, maybe, So it's a point where you don't want to make sure that nobody gets kicked out of the game or anything like that.
Yeah, we got another penalty marker when there should have been plenty thrown well before this, but I believe we're going to get an infraction against Raceland head coach Mike Sammons. Officials are conversating, talking about what they had for dinner. So they will get the penalty against Raceland head coach Mike Sammons. So move the football back 5 yards for the 19. So 3rd and 19 for the Rams. from their own 19-yard line. Lundy pumps, bubble screen to Newman. Newman makes the catch, cuts upfield, finds a hole, spins out of one tackle, and then is wrestled down at the 35. A nice gain there. It's going to be short of the marker, but it's certainly very manageable if the Rams want to try to continue with the drive as he gets out to the 35 on a gain of 16. It's 4th and 3. And the Rams are going for it. Lundy lines up quickly, claps his hands, trying to get anybody to jump. They flinch but do not move. Play clock's at 12. Now inside of 7. Lundy finds a big hole off the right edge, driving the pile. Ballard trying to stand him up. The pile continues to move and moving the sticks. 1st and 10, Raceland. Another Ram Pharmacy first down for the Rams, and Logan Lundy and his offensive line driving the pile forward.
Holy Cross had them stood up 3 yards short of that first down. That thing became a rugby scrum, and right there's where that leg drive, those weights, that off season, that just really passion to get that first down right there came through.
Now Mike Sammons has burned a timeout and sent his team to the sideline. So we're not certain why the stoppage in play either way. We've got a running clock here in the 4th and final stanza, and it's all Raceland. Tonight's game brought to you in part by Greenup County Public Library. Explore all the possibilities at the Greenup County Public Library. Ron the LeMaster Insurance. Let the good folks at Ron LeMaster Insurance in South Shore take care of all your insurance needs. Andrew Imo, your newly elected Greenup County clerk, who wants you to know he'll be working hard for you just like the Rams have been working all season long. And Bob Minnick State Farm Insurance. Let Bob help you with all your insurance needs. And from everyone at Bob Minnick Insurance, good luck, Rams. Stay tuned with us after the game. We'll have all of the scoring and stats from this one. Our Shayla Newman will talk with a player or two after the game. Nate Bryan checking in on Twitter. He says he's still waiting on Elon to deliver a dislike button. He is the biggest Raceland troll in the universe. When I put out the pictures of the additional cameras that we added into this one, he said, great, more angles to watch the Cougars crush the Rams.
Well, I hope he's enjoying it.
He is a fun guy. It's all in fun. There's some people think it's all in serious. It is all in fun, and he lives it up. Here's Lundy. Gives it off to Browning with a huge hole right up the gut. He goes. Browning angles right. He's continuing to drive the pile across the 35 and the 30. The little engine that could takes it down inside the 30-yard line and to the 28, calling a gain of 29 on the night. And for the first time this season, and I don't know when the last time this has happened, I'm going to have to go way back on the record books for this one. The Rams have 2 running backs over 100 yards in one game. Browning now at 110, Wallace with 141. That's Browning's second 100-plus yard rushing game of the season. And he takes it again and follows his blocker right up the gut down near the 20.
Back-to-back counter plays there. Same play. That right and left, that right tackle and right guard just clearing a path there, pulling around. We talked about the athleticism of this group before the game. Definitely on display on those counter runs.
Gain of 7 on the play, 2nd down and 3. Cal blowing Ashland out 43-7 down in Louisville into the 3rd quarter. Inside of 8 to go here in the ball game. Rams on their way to Kroger Field for a matchup with Pikeville. Noah Wallace off the right edge. So let's see. I believe he got the 20-yard line. So we'll give him a gain of 1. Nope, no gain. So 3rd down and 3. Raceland in the evening, 4 of 7 on 3rd down conversion attempts. Gary Calhoun checking in tonight, watching on Kool TV. Nice compliment to the crew. Thank you so much, Mr. Calhoun. Appreciate you tuning in. Here's Noah Wallace. Slips a tackle, goes right up the near side seam, and gets down to the 16-yard line. And that'll move the sticks for another Ram Pharmacy first down. Number 18 in the ball game.
Man, that was a slippery run right there. He kind of had to BYOB, be his own blocker right there, and he made one guy miss, ran through another tackle on his way to picking up that first down.
First down.
Pikeville defeats Newport Central Catholic 50-14. So the two top teams in Class Single A all season long will meet for the title next Friday, high noon at Kroger Field. Lundy, play action. Throws a dart to Parker Fannin, who reaches out and makes the grab. But did he get it or not? No good. Had it on the fingertips and couldn't control it through the catch. So pass is incomplete and brings up second down and 10.
There's that over route we saw earlier in the game. Just barely off his fingertips right there as he went to the ground. Just kind of lost control.
Browning and Heighton flanking Lundy. Handoff Heighton. He'll come off the right edge and drive himself down near the 10. He'll get the 11-yard line. Gain of 5 on the play. Makes it third down and 5.
There's the counter play in the other direction right there. Kind of tracked down from behind there by Cam Henderson Reed.
I like how you do that little pause there.
Been wanting to say that all night.
Mason County still trailing Bardstown 28-20 in that Class 3A semifinal. Royals trying to keep the season perfect. Lundy. He'll give it off to Browning again. Browning runs into his own center, and that time he's only going to pick up a yard. That hole closed up very quickly off that left edge. So down to the 10. It's going to be fourth down and 4. And the Rams offense will stay out here once again.
Rams doing a great job here on this last drive, just kind of stall and crawl. 4-minute offense, just kind of wasting this game away.
This drive now 11 plays, 77 yards, 7:19 and counting. Lundy in a double-barrel shotgun look. Turns, looks to the sideline. Play clock is at 4, and Mike Sammons will burn the timeout. So, Coach, your first opportunity to see Raceland in person this season, as advertised?
Oh, absolutely as advertised. Team speed, much faster than I kind of anticipated them being. Likens is super versatile, can do so many things out there on defense. Bell inside is a really good linebacker and such a sure tackler. They all do a good job of tackling in space. You told me they have so many guys that can carry the mail, and they do. Browning, super impressive. They're able to kind of make some guys miss an open space, and if they want to, they can lower their shoulder and run through tackles also. It's been an impressive watch, no doubt.
So the Rams and the Pikeville Tigers team, or Pikeville, not Tigers, Panthers, excuse me, will be in the state title game next Friday. It should be a dandy.
Yeah, and just one more thing, Sam. I didn't even mention that offensive line. What a great job they've done tonight clearing the way for these backs. And, of course, Lundy just managing the game, doing everything that's necessary from the quarterback position.
Empty set for Lundy. They've got 5 wide on the left side. And Eric Dixon, hang on, we got to talk things over.
Again, there's that versatility. Able to do so much. They line up with an unbalanced kind of 5 wide to one side, and Holy Cross said, wait a minute. Well, even though it's 42-6, let's take a look at this. They'd like to hold them out of the end zone here if they could.
So the Rams will see which way they want to go with this one on this snap. 5 wide to one side of the field, Coach. That certainly it forces you to dictate how good are you defensively.
That's just not something you line up against very often. That's not in the normal repertoire there of how to line up against it. So it kind of forced them to take a timeout. That's not something you're going to see very often.
And, we talk about, I think you made this comment in pregame, Raceland has thrown the ball when it has to. Mm-hmm. Well, tonight, a total 5 of 8. Logan Lundy, 4 for 7. Last week he was 5 for 6. Only threw for 53 yards last week. Did not throw a touchdown. And they still controlled that game up until a couple of I don't know, I want to say probably the worst third quarter that they've played all season long, but still found a way to win.
Yeah, and that's important. When you get a little bit of adversity, you find out, who can really play when the chips are down.
Here's Lundy. Stops, hit as he throws, floats it to the end zone. He's got his man there, Braden Webb, who goes up on the post route. Touchdown, Raceland. Tyler Ballard delivers the big hit on Lundy and then comes in and helps him up. Lundy took the big pop as he stood in the pocket to deliver it down the field, and he got it to his big 6'4" tight end for the 6. He paid the price.
That takes some guts right there to stand in there and throw that thing down the middle like that with Ballard bearing down on him.
Ison for the extra point attempt. Bangs that one through. And it's 48-6. 49-6, excuse me, with 4 minutes and 8 seconds to go. Back after this on the Kool Sports Network.
When you have business away from home or a planned event far from your comfort zone, you're probably going to need a little help. Let A&A Porta Potties assist you with all your portable toilet needs. Whether on a construction site, planning for an outdoor wedding, or any other outdoor event, A&A Porta Potties are here to assist you. A&A Porta Potties also rents out storage containers, office containers, cooling fans, tables, and chairs. A&A Porta Potties, there is no event too big or too small for us to accommodate you.
Financial security begins at home with home ownership. If you've been putting off looking for a home because you think you can't afford it, you owe it to yourself to check out Members Choice Credit Union. Members Choice Credit Union has programs for first-time home buyers and more to help put you in the home of your dreams. Call, click, or stop by Members Choice Credit Union today.
Members Choice Credit Union, NMLS 411945, Equal Housing Lender. Call for additional information. Other restrictions may apply.
12 plays, 87 yards, 7 minutes, 51 seconds. Time of possession, and the Rams add to the lead. It's 49-6. Maddox Pence on the return. Landon Newman on the stop. So the Cougars will have the football, looks like at the 33-yard line. 3:30 to go on a running clock. It's been all Raceland in this one. And Coach Rams, the last time they had this opportunity here at home, they cut the goalpost down. I talked to Coach Coldiron, Mr. Coldiron around the area. I said, we're not going to cut any goalposts down this week if the Rams win. He goes, that would be a negative. Perry swings it out to Ballard. Ballard in the far side flat, makes the grab, sheds a tackle, and crosses the 40 out to the 41-yard line. Now, to the credit of the goalposts that they cut down, those things were here since like 1970. They needed to come down. But he said, we're not tearing any goalposts down on this one. So here's a ball that skips into the receiver on the near sideline. They were looking toward the area of Hardesty. It's incomplete and brings up third down.
Just to kind of complete your thought there on the goalpost come down, not only that, but just I think it's the mindset that this job's not over, that there's still another step to take, and this doesn't complete anything. This is where they thought they would be, headed to Kroger, and it's an awesome job kind of fulfilling that what they kind of thought that goal, but they know they got another step next week.
Here's Perry keeping it himself. He'll move the sticks as he crosses the 45-yard line. So give him out to the, let's see if they put it at the 46 or the 47-yard line. Looks like they're going to go to the 47, a gain of 6 on the play. So tonight, 134 yards of total offense, 29 rushing yards on 20 attempts. That's what what's the damage this defense has done tonight.
they just haven't been able to breathe, really. They've just had no room to run the football.
Perry turns, gives it off to his tailback, and that's Pennebaker, who slips as he got into the hole just shy of the 50. Hey, a good hello to my good friend Bradley Cotton. He's tuning in on Kool TV, hanging out at the in-laws tonight, enjoying some Thanksgiving festivities and watching the game as well. Mr. Cotton, happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, and thanks for tuning in. Here's Perry standing in the pocket, now flushed out, rolling to the right, throws it downfield and airmails it across his intended receiver. Brody Austin was the man in coverage. Logan McClellan was the man intended. It's incomplete. Stay tuned with us in postgame. We will get the state semifinal trophy presentations. Both of those are on hand here tonight. Mayfield and Lexington Christian all tied at 21 in Class 2A in the semifinals. 3rd down and 8 should be the final play of the ball game. Pressure coming off the edge. Andrew Conley chasing down Perry. Perry floats it downfield, had it to Fauché, and he can't haul it in. Colt Wheatley, the senior, in coverage, and that is your ball game. The clock will tick to zeros. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Rams are headed to Kroger Field and a berth in the state championship. Raceland defeats Holy Cross 49-6. Mike Sammons picks up win number 13, the most in his career, while here in Ramland in his 9th season, his 85th overall. And the Rams will play for a state championship next Friday at high noon in Lexington. We're going to take a quick break so we can get back for the trophy presentations. Rams are on to Kroger Field, and our coverage continues after this on the Kool Sports Network.
You know, financial security begins at home with home ownership. If you've been putting off looking for a home because you think you can't afford it, you owe it to yourself to check out Members Choice Credit Union. Members Choice Credit Union has programs for first-time home buyers and more to help put you in the home of your dreams. Call, click, or stop by Members Choice Credit Union today.
Members Choice Credit Union, NMLS 411945, Equal Housing Lender. Call for additional information. Other restrictions may apply.
When you want real, authentic Mexican menu items, you want Tres Hermanos Nunez. Accept no substitutes. None compares. Fajitas, tacos, burritos, quesadillas, chimichangas, even vegetarian choices. A kids menu, desserts, and salads. A tasty, budget-pleasing selection for you and your family, unlike any others. Should be your first and only choice for authentic Mexican all throughout the tri-state. Ashland, Greenham, Grayson, Paintsville, Canova, South Point, Olive Hill, and Cannonsburg. Tres Hermanos Nunez, the best around.
Doubt, stress, anxiety, frustration. That was yesterday. Today is your day to get back on track to a brighter future. At Ashland Community and Technical College, we're open and ready to help now. With ridiculously affordable, amazingly flexible classes that can lead to highly paid positions in IT, healthcare, and more. The real world's tough, but not as tough as you. Visit kctcs.edu/find your career.
When you need collision work or mechanical work on your vehicle, go to Bowman's Auto Service, Lexington Avenue in Flatwoods. Bowman's can do frame repair for ICAR certification. They have a downdraft bake oven for factory paint finish, and they get your vehicle back to its pre-accident condition with qualified ICAR Gold certified technicians. Bowman's is also an ASE certified mechanic shop providing transmission flushes, steering and suspension services, AC services, oil changes, and tune-ups. At Bowman's, they always strive for 100% customer satisfaction. Bowman's Auto Service, Lexington Avenue in Flatwoods. Call 836-0837.
As we see the Rams down on the field getting ready for the trophy presentation. First, Tom Collins, the principal here at Raceland Worthington Schools, will present Holy Cross Cougars with the state semifinal runner-up trophy. The Rams pick up win number 13 on the season, the most ever under head coach Mike Sammons. And This next trophy that's headed to the Rams is their ticket to Kroger Field. The Rams are going Krogering on Black Friday. A great shot there by our camera crew down on the field. Ben Spicer in the huddle there. Every single one of our crew tonight has knocked it out of the park. What a phenomenal job everything has been here this evening. But this Raceland Rams team has a lot to celebrate. Coach Terry, after last week, a scare, if you will, 17-14 win over Hazard, the fewest points that the Rams had scored in a win all season long. Their only loss this year coming to Class 5A Highlands, 24-14. But it was a game in which Raceland had to do something it hadn't done all season long, find a way to come from behind in the fourth quarter and win. The only time they trailed in the fourth quarter this year was against that Highlands team. And I think that was kind of that wake-up call that got this team back on track.
Yeah, a little bout of adversity last week. Like I said, they had to come from behind in the fourth quarter to get it done. This week, none of that. They were ready. They had a great game plan in place, and they executed flawlessly.
Shaylin Newman killing it with the camera angle right now. The fireworks show being set off over on the softball field. A big hat tip to our entire crew tonight. MJ McKay, our executive producer. Austin Ray working the robotic cameras, his first game with the Kool Sports Network tonight. Shaylin Newman working as a sideline reporter and a camera operator, and Ben Spicer also working on the cameras. Man, the crew tonight, I can't say enough about them. They stepped up. We wanted to do this without big. And, again, it was a big game, and I think we brought the big guns. But this one, what a heck of a way to finish out the regular season, or I should say the first season on the brand-new turf. Dare I call it a magic carpet ride.
Absolutely, that's a great way to put it. What an awesome sight. Just an awesome sight out on the field right now to see the community members coming out to greet their kids, taking a team picture there with the trophy. Just really an incredible sight here on Thanksgiving weekend. I mean, this is what it's all about. Everybody, it's going to be a happy night in Raceland.
You know, it started yesterday morning with the big community breakfast. Almost 300 people or so came out to have breakfast with the team and take some time away from their Thanksgiving preparation. Many came over to watch practice yesterday morning, but you know, the motto around this area, this is home, and right here, this is a picture of it.
Absolutely, there is no doubt. I mean, what a great scene. The crowd, community, all filtered out of the stands out there on the turf. Everybody gathered around Coach Sammons as he delivers some remarks and holds up the trophy. You know, it won't take long, unfortunately, for that staff to turn the page after this one. So they'll be starting to get ready for the Panthers. But right now, the community and the players, they need to soak it all in and celebrate tonight.
Well, we'll have our first breaking news from Kool TV. There will not be School Friday in Raceland Worthington School District because we're rolling up the sidewalks, turning the lights off, and we're headed to Lexington for the state championship. Rams on to the state title game against Pikeville, high noon, and we're going to have all the coverage coming to you live from Lexington. We'll take a break. When we return, we'll take a look at some numbers of this one. We'll talk with some of the players. We'll give you our Bowman's Auto and Collision Center big hit of the game officially, and wrap it up here tonight from the state semifinals. Rams roll in this one 49-6, and our coverage continues after this on the Kool Sports Network.
Fairchild Auto has a great selection of pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with in-house financing. Buy here, pay here. Everyone can be approved. Payments as low as $200 a month are available. From the moment you step on the lot until you drive away in your next car, your buying experience with Fairchild's Auto Sales is their #1 priority. Use the expertise and resources of their great sales staff to find the right car at the right price. Call 606-494-2030 to schedule your test drive.
Hey, Rams fans, would you do anything to support your team? What about switching your checking account? With Ashland Credit Union's debit card, you can support your favorite team. Every time you make an eligible purchase with your debit card, Ashland Credit Union donates 10 cents on your behalf to the Senior Assistance Program. Sign up for your favorite team's debit card today at Ashland Credit Union, 1300 Central Avenue, Ashland. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by NCUA.
In addition to the Greenup location, Stultz Pharmacy's newest location is at 437 James Hanna Drive in South Shore, but has retained the name you know and love, McDonald Pharmacy, with the same great service you'll find in the Greenup location, with free delivery service and their convenient drive-thru. Get your vaccinations and allergy shots, and of course, great prescription service at Stultz Pharmacy in Greenup and McDonald Pharmacy, James Hanna Drive, South Shore.
Stultz Pharmacy.
Serving the communities of Raceland and Worthington since 1928, Raceland schools have been a beacon of learning and growth in the tri-state. A private school education at a public school price. Raceland's distinguished schools are a caring place where students can learn and grow. Committed to the future, Raceland's academic and arts programs rank among the top in the state, and test scores are among the highest in the area. Oh yeah, our football team isn't too bad either. We are Raceland, and this is home.
49-6. Rams win it here in this one. James Collier and Coach Brent Terry, happy to have you along with us here. Let's take a look at some numbers in this one. The visiting Cougars, only 7 first downs in this ball game. 4 for 12 on third down conversions, 0 for 1 on fourth down. 136 total yards of offense. They went through the air for 105, was limited only 31 on the ground on 21 totes. That's 1.4 yards per carry. That the Rams defense really stymied them from the word go. They had the football for 21 minutes and 22 seconds. They punted it 5 times for an average of 39.6 yards. Raceland tonight, right on its average of 19 first downs a game. They were at 18.9 coming in. They had 19 tonight. They go for 520 total yards. That is the second most they've had this season, second to the second game of the season, and their first official game here at home, 551 against Russell back in week number 2. 184 through the air, 336 on the ground. Noah Wallace, 146 yards and 14 carries. That is a career high. His previous career high was 145. Isaac Browning, 10 carries for 118. Both of them over 100. That's Wallace's third. I believe the first time in his career that he's gone back-to-back 100-plus yard rushing games. Browning's second career 100-plus rushing game for him as he comes up big here tonight for the Rams. In the receiving unit, only 6 completed passes. Parker Fannin, 2 for 93. Landon Newman, 2 for 31. Jules Farrell, 1 for 50. That was on the double pass from Mason Likens to Jules Farrell. Lundy tonight, 5 for 8 for 134. 2 touchdowns. Mason Likens, 1 for 1 for 50. Chris Perry, 12 for 24 for 105 yards and a touchdown. He carried the ball 9 times for 6 yards. Tyler Ballard, 8 carries for 13. Joey Fouché, 4 catches for 26. Logan McClellan, 4 for 48. And that was the only touchdown of the ballgame for the visiting Cougars. Final score here tonight, 49-6. We'll take a break. When we return, we'll grab a couple of players and talk with them on the field with our sideline reporter, Shayla Newman, as we continue here in the postgame show on the Cool Hits Sports Network.
For those on the go, the smoothie connoisseur, the break room favorite, and for those that just never quite have it all, Clark's has what you need to keep your day on track. Make life easier and keep your busy schedule moving forward with everything you need at Clark's. Clark's Pump and Shop. Return, refresh, refuel.
Does your gas station or convenience store need a facelift? If so, call River City Builders at 473-4112 for your remedy. Big or small projects, River City's Builders is a company for all your needs. We have extensive experience in the petroleum industry, from routine gas dispenser and canopy maintenance to above-ground, underground tank and piping work to full-blown remodels and new builds. Call River City Builders at 473-4112 for all your petroleum needs. We'll cover your back and keep your customers pumping gas.
When you have business away from home or a planned event far from your comfort zone, you're probably going to need a little help. Let A&A Porta Potties assist you with all your portable toilet needs. Whether on a construction site, planning for an outdoor wedding, or any other outdoor event, A&A Porta Potties are here to assist you. A&A Porta Potties also rents out storage containers, office containers, cooling fans, tables, and chairs. A&A Porta Potties, there is no event too big or too small for us to accommodate you.
Funny thing about banks, you go in and apply for a loan here,
but they make their decisions somewhere out of state.
My money is here, my account is here. Why go 100 miles away to make a decision?
At First and People's Bank, the decision is made right here by people you know. Bank local. Bank with the friendly folks at First and People's Bank. The Home Office. Member Equal Housing Lender, FDIC.
Back here on the postgame show on the Cool Hits Sports Network, James Collier and Coach Brent Terry. Happy to have you along with us here tonight. Coach, what a stellar effort tonight by the Rams. A little bit of, I don't want to say adversity, but 7-6 after the Cougars go down and punch one in, and Raceland just answered immediately just like that.
Yeah, they just were able to come back after the, I don't want to say slow start, but Holy Cross did put up a fight there in the very beginning. They kind of had the middle plugged out. A lot of times there in the first quarter, you're just kind of poking and prodding. You're just kind of trying to find that spot in the defense where you can exploit them. And they found it with some perimeter run game. They said, okay, you're going to take away the inside between the tackle runs here early. Well, we'll just attack you on the perimeter, and that's what they were able to do. Holy Cross has got some good players. I don't want to take anything away from them. Particularly Perry, Hardesty, and Ballard are all good players. But when it come down to it, they just didn't have enough good players really to stand up to this Raceland machine right now.
Well, our Shaylin Newman is standing by on the sidelines with Isaac Brennan. We'll go to her. Shaylin?
We're here with Isaac Browning. Isaac, are you surprised that you had over 100 rushing yards this game?
Yeah, a little bit. I figure since having 4 backs, we'd equal out the weight load, but it still feels really good to be able to do that.
And are you excited that you're going to state?
I'm very excited. We wanted to get here last year, but we fell 1 game short. So coming back this season and doing it feels really good.
Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you, Shaylin. Short and sweet. I like it, man. She's in and out quick. Now, the question is, we've got one other player that we wanted to try to get. We got to try to track down Parker Fannin. We definitely got to get a word from him tonight. But, Coach, what was the one thing, if you had to put your thumb on one thing tonight that really just kind of jumped off the charts at you, what would it be?
Attitude. Just the attitude with which Raceland plays. I mean, they just kind of have that we will not be denied attitude, and it took a little bit of time to get going. They had the weird pass interference call early, but they didn't let that bother them. They just have that attitude of belief, that attitude that we're going to get it done, and there was nothing going to stand in their way tonight.
Offensive line, we talked so much about them in the pregame show. What did you being an offensive line guy from your time at Spring Valley and all the time that you and I spent up there in Canova, what was the one thing that you were really impressed so much about the way the offensive line executed tonight?
Athleticism. They were able to stretch that Holy Cross defense kind of across the field, kind of stretch them, to the boundary, and then those backs are able to find a crease. We talked about it before the game, but athleticism in the stretch play, athleticism in the gap scheme, the way they pull around. They do a nice job on their counter runs of getting a nice kick block and one up inside. They also run a nice little kind of fold zone play in there. We used to call that a fish. You kind of call that on the line. I don't know if that's exactly how they do it, but they would kind of fish that guard around the center and able to get up on the linebacker, and they ran that a few times tonight. So they just have a variety of ways of attacking you. They have a lot of different schemes with the counter, the ISO game, the stretch game, and they're also really good in pass protection. That's an offensive line that's very versatile, very athletic, and they can do it all.
One thing that you look at when you have an offensive line that can do what they do, but more importantly, when you've got receivers on those outside edges that block so well, it allows that offensive line to go on up to that second level. And we saw that tonight on the big run from Wallace. It was Mason Likens that delivered the block that gave him the hole to get through.
Absolutely. The perimeter blocking was super impressive for these guys tonight. Likens was able to kind of get out in front and lead a few times. Browning made a big block in there once. There were several guys that contributed. Even Wallace I saw had a big block on one of the long runs. So those guys are able to contribute. And like I said, I think during the game, we expect those big guys up front to be blocking every play and doing their job and all that. But when those perimeter guys get involved in the blocking, when they start moving guys, man, that just fires everybody up. And you also know that they love one another when you do that. When those receivers, those skilled guys are willing to put their bodies on the line to make big blocks so that their buddy can get in the end zone, man, that's something special you got.
We heard there from Isaac when Shaylin asked him, said, were you surprised that you had over 100 yards tonight? He said, yeah, I actually am. With 4 running backs, you usually kind of share the wealth and spread it around a little bit. But tonight, it was just, Noah Wallace had the hot hand early, then it went to Browning, and that's kind of the thing that Mike Sammons has said so many times this year. It's been kind of an unnamed back. Whoever's got the hot hand at the moment, that's who they hand the football to.
Yeah, they're able to get a lot of different guys involved, and if somebody's not quite feeling it, somebody gets hot, you just ride that guy. You ride him right onto the end zone, and there's no plays off. You don't get a back that's got 30 carries and starting to wear down at the end of the game. Man, they just hit you with a new guy in there, so that big offensive line leans on you, then you hit them with a fresh back. Man, it's tough to stop.
Well, we've got our guy that we went to interview. We've lost our sideline reporter. Shaylin has gone missing. We're trying to track her, and we've got Parker Vannon standing by. I think she went to go find him, and in the process of trying to find him, he found where she was, and now they're on opposite sides of this melee out here at midfield. But looking at some numbers real quickly, for Holy Cross, they're going to finish the season at 10-4. And more importantly for them, their third trip into a state semifinal, and they come up on the losing end as well. Coming into this game, they were playing very well. They ran through Russellville 42-14. In the second round, they got avenged a second round loss or a regular season loss in the second round, beating Campbellsville 28-19. Defeated Crittenden County last week 24-12. But here tonight, they run into a buzzsaw that is the Raceland Rams, and they fall 49-6. And we're still trying to track down our sideline reporter. While we do that, let's say a big thanks to all of our sponsors for tonight. The Greenup County Public Library. Explore all the possibilities at the Greenup County Public Library. Ron LeMaster Insurance. Let the good folks at Ron LeMaster Insurance in the South Shore area take care of all your insurance needs. Andrew Eimel, your newly elected Greenup County clerk, who wants to say he'll be working just as hard for you as the Rams have been working all season long. And Bob Meanick State Farm Insurance. Let Bob Meanick help you with all your insurance needs. And from everyone at Bob Meanick Insurance, good luck, Rams. And I think we have got our player and our sideline reporter. They've returned back to the camera areas, so we'll get her ready to go, and we'll send it down to Shayla Newman one final time. And we'll talk with Parker Fannin after he had a big night here this evening. Let's go down to our sideline reporter, Shayla Newman, and she's standing by with Parker Fannin.
Tonight we're here with Parker Fannin. Parker, how do you feel about the game tonight?
I feel like our team played really hard. We all played well, and it showed on the scoreboard. Excited to go to Kroger next week.
Are you excited for state?
Yes, very much. We've worked really hard all season, and we played well tonight, and it all came to be.
Well, thank you very much, and good luck to your team, and back to you.
Thank you, Shaylin. So we need Shaylin's actual headset on so she can hear me. Hang on, we're switching around. We're gonna have a quick word here with our sideline reporter. We've gone through the journey of Shayla Newman came in as a sideline reporter, just working with me a couple of weeks ago when we first started. She doesn't have the other one with her. All right, so we're gonna double up here. Hang on just a second with me, guys. All right. Let's see if we've got Shayla in there. Tell her to turn her microphone on. Oh, I could tell her. I could got her. Hey, Shaylin, here, are you with me?
Yes.
There we go. Well, I was telling you, this journey for you started with me a few weeks back when we first started the playoffs, 4 weeks ago to be exact. And here you are tonight working as a sideline reporter in a state semifinal game. What's the journey been like for you?
It's been really fun, actually. Kind of hectic, but it's been very enjoyable.
What's the one thing that you've taken away from this so far?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
What was the one thing you've taken away from this so far that you've really enjoyed?
I love the recognition. Everyone talking to me all the time at the games. I love being on the sidelines, and it's a very good experience.
Hey, it looks like you got a few guys down there trying to take over your camera, too. Hunter Masters is going to have to take care of that, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
So here's my question. Are you excited for a trip to Kroger Field?
Oh, yeah. I'm ready to watch my brother play, and I think it'll be a good game, hopefully.
So is the sidelines a little better angle than watching from the stands?
It depends where you're at on the sidelines, to be honest.
I was going to say, have you learned where those spots are so you can stay away from those?
Yes.
Well, Shaylin, you have done a remarkable job. I can't say enough about the journey that you've had from the time we started to where we are. I can't be more proud of everything that you've done. Congratulations on your first month of a sideline reporter, and here's to many, many more.
Thank you so much.
Shaylin Newman joining us down on the sidelines. Oh, I just got a big kiss from Doc Johnson. He had 49 points of touchdown score tonight, brought to you part by Johnson Chiropractic, by the way. He just tried to take my phone. All right, we need Mike Sammons. He's still down on the field. Let's take our final break, and we'll see if we can get Coach Sammons up here for a quick word, and we'll wrap it up here tonight. As the Rams are on to Kroger Field, victorious tonight over the Holy Cross, I can't get it out. Holy Cross Cougars. It's been a long week, family. I'm sorry. We'll take a break after this. We're back on the Kool Hit Sports Network.
When you want real, authentic Mexican menu items, you want Tres Hermanos Nunez. Accept no substitutes. None compares. Fajitas, tacos, burritos, quesadillas, chimichangas, even vegetarian choices. A kids menu, desserts, and salads. A tasty, budget-pleasing selection for you and your family, unlike any others. Should be your first and only choice for authentic Mexican all throughout the tri-state. Ashland, Greenup, Grayson, Painesville, Canova, South Point, Olive Hill, and Cannonsburg. Tres Hermanos Nunez, the best around. In addition to the Greenup location, Stultz Pharmacy's newest location is at 437 James Hanna Drive in South Shore, but has retained the name you know and love, McDonald Pharmacy, with the same great service you'll find in the Greenup location, with free delivery service and their convenient drive-through. Get your vaccinations and allergy shots, and of course, great prescription service at Stultz Pharmacy in Greenup and McDonald Pharmacy, James Hanna Drive, South Shore.
Stultz Pharmacy.
Doubt, stress, anxiety, frustration. That was yesterday. Today is your day to get back on track to a brighter future. At Ashland Community and Technical College, we're open and ready to help now. With ridiculously affordable, amazingly flexible classes that can lead to highly paid positions in IT, healthcare, and more. The real world's tough, but not as tough as you. Visit kctcs.edu/find your career.
Hey Rams fans, would you do anything to support your team? What about switching your checking account? With Ashland Credit Union's debit card, you can support your favorite team. Every time you make an eligible purchase with your debit card, Ashland Credit Union donates 10 cents on your behalf to the Senior Assistance Program. Sign up for your favorite team's debit card today at Ashland Credit Union, 1300 Central Avenue, Ashland. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by NCUA.
(49-6), your final score here this evening. I'm going to have to get Zach Clement to stop talking here so I can get my color man back for a second. You're acting like you're on deadline or something, for God's sake. We know that's a true. That ain't happening. Well, Coach Terry, what a phenomenal experience this whole thing was, from the tailgate show to everything we saw in this game, and here we are in the postgame. Rams, Pikeville, that's the game everybody was looking for from week number one.
Yeah.
And we've got it next week.
Yeah, man. I mean, what a matchup. I mean, this is going to be an exciting game coming up. I don't know a ton about Pikeville right now, but just looking at their scores, both teams had no doubters in the semifinals. So that's going to set up for a big-time matchup down at Kroger Field.
You're looking at two teams that match up. They both do things very well. They've got athletes. They run the ball well. They throw the ball well. They play stellar defense. They've got dudes that play on one side of the football. It's a program in Pikeville. It's a program here. Chris McNamee, the head coach down there, leading his Panthers to a state title last year. Raceland fell to Pikeville in this round last year on Black Friday. So it's not uncommon for these two teams to run into each other. This year, the RPI took care of things, and I think everybody would certainly agree that from the word go in the 2022 football season, the two top teams in Class Single A are meeting where they need to meet, and that's on the carpet at Kroger Field.
That's going to set up an absolute championship match. I mean, just these two teams, like I said, the way you described them, I think it's going to be an absolute slugfest. It's going to be one that everybody around the state's going to want to see. And so I'm super excited to kind of start to study up on Pikeville a little bit and see what they've got. But just from the way you described it, it sounds like two teams that are going to be pretty even and know each other a little bit and have a little bit of history. That makes it that much more exciting.
Yeah, one thing I will throw in there, they don't like each other. And
Right.
that adds another element to what comes from that game. You've got two teams that just simply don't like each other. Raceland knocked out Pikeville here in 2017 in the Rams' only trip to the state championship on the Luke Leemaster 37-yard field goal. Raceland has played Pikeville twice in that semifinal round, has fallen both times down in Pikeville. But this one on a neutral site and for all the marbles. And we'll have all of the coverage coming at you live from Kroger Field next Friday. We'll get everything ironed out this weekend, and we'll get you the schedule of what we're going to do. The only downside of it is we can't not bring you video coverage. The state network has all of the rights and control over that, so it will be only audio on Kool 105.7 FM. But we're still going to bring you the same stellar coverage that we have brought you the entire season as we've covered Raceland Rams football. And we certainly looking forward to having each and every one of you joining us next Friday from Lexington. Tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, right here on the Kool Sports Network, I'll have Let's Talk Sports. I'll have Mike Salmons and some players in. We've done it all the way through the playoffs, and we've got to keep it rolling. So we'll get some players in and break this one down, set up the matchup that's still yet to go next Friday. And we'll take a look at Pikeville as well. I've reached out to Coach McNamee, still waiting on a confirmation for him to see if I can get him in on the phones tomorrow morning, and we'll get everything ready to go for next week. Well, a great job to our crew here tonight. We've got two of my members of my media class that's been working with us diligently throughout this whole journey, but Hunter Masters up top on cameras tonight did a phenomenal job as he has done all season long. Shayla Newman, our sideline reporter / camera operator as well. She does a little bit of everything, but she is well on her way. I'd not be surprised if she decides that she wants to go into this a little bit further down the road. She certainly got a great resume starter to go with and great opportunities to build moving forward. A new member of our crew tonight, Austin Ray, he just joined the crew. A couple of days ago we talked, and I said, I've got a job for you tonight. I'm going to put you on something we've never used. I said, have you ever used one of these cameras? He said, I don't even know what it is. I said, great, you're fit right in. Here you go. So we sat down and had a conversation and kind of showed him the ropes, and he spent about an hour before the game tonight working the new robotic cameras that we brought in for the coverage this evening, and he did a remarkable job from everything I saw that was there. Ben Spicer coming back from Texas, joining us here on the Kool Sports Network. We're super excited to have Ben back with us. He's been taking care of all of our social media presence, all the stuff that we've been pushing forward here on Kool TV. It's been has been an asset and has been a really great piece to the puzzle that we added back into our team. And of course, our executive producer tonight, MJ McKay, looks like a spider monkey. He has about 6 or 7 arms he had to. I don't know how he does all the stuff over here that he's pushing stuff, but he done a phenomenal job as always. And When I've got MJ to my left, it makes me so much at ease to where I can just settle in and not worry about the broadcast. If anything goes sideways, I know that it's taken care of. And, of course, my color commentator, first time working a game with you, my man. And, dude, you killed it.
Well, I really appreciate it. I was super excited when you called last week and give me the opportunity. Like I said, I still feel like a rookie at all this stuff, and I am. And I just want to thank you for asking and thanking you for making it so easy for me tonight.
Well, it's when I had a chance to I did a game. I was working cameras when you were calling a game with KCU, and I was listening through the headset, and I was like, man, you know this stuff, and it's fun to have someone do color commentary when they know how to do color commentary and they know the game. And you make my job easy as well because there's stuff that I can say and you know right where I'm going with it. But, our first game together, my man. Chauncey, you better be on the lookout. You may not get him back. I'm sorry. Chauncey Griffith, he's his normal play-by-play guy, but he does a lot of stuff for Boyd County. But, my friend, I'm looking forward to you joining me in Lexington Friday as we call the state championship.
I can't wait. Can't wait.
Well, that'll do it for our coverage tonight. Coach Salmons, I'm giving you about 10 more seconds to make that final step toward the press box, or we're going to call it a night. While we wait on Coach, let's officially name our Bowman's Auto and Collision Center big hit of the game. I think this one was a no-doubter. Isaac Browning, when he lowered the boom and ran over top of Logan McClellan at the 10-yard line to bulldoze his way into the end zone, it was that was probably the most devastating hit we saw the entire season. So Isaac Browning, your Bowman's Auto and Collision Service Center big hit of the game. Mike Salmons is on his way to the press box, maybe. Let's take a 1-minute break so we can let Coach get up here and get settled in. We'll get some post-game commentary from him, and we'll wrap it up here tonight from the state semifinals. The Rams on a magic carpet ride to Kroger. And we'll tell you everything that Coach has in store when we return after this on the Kool Sports Network.
Hello, football fans. This is Amy with the Amy for Africa Ministry. We want to say happy Thanksgiving. We have so much to be thankful for. God has blessed us with football, great schools, a nation that is free, but above all, God sent his son to die for us, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. That alone is a reason to thank God every day. He is good. Happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy your families, enjoy football, and don't forget, go Rams.
Fairchild Auto has a great selection of pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with in-house financing. Buy here, pay here. Everyone can be approved. Payments as low as $200 a month are available. From the moment you step on the lot until you drive away in your next car, your buying experience with Fairchild's Auto Sales is their #1 priority. Use the expertise and resources of their great sales staff to find the right car at the right price. Call 606-494-2030 to schedule your test drive.
Back here in post-game coverage on the Kool Sports Network. Now joined with Raceland head coach Mike Salmons. And, Coach, I think we go back to the preparation you guys had this week in practice and the business-like atmosphere that I saw. I was over a couple of times with you guys as you guys were preparing for this one. But it was what you and I talked about this. The preparation, the business-like approach toward this game, it was certainly something that was a refreshing thing to see.
Yeah, just our guys are really kind of locked in from the start, kind of, give me the plan, let me figure out how I can execute it, and let's go to execute it. And I think that comes with maturity, that comes with age, and that comes with experience. That's what we got, and really proud of our guys for being able to, a lot of distractions, no school, holiday week, a lot of publicity going on right now, and for our guys to be able to hone in and really seize the moment, take control of the game early was a very, very telling sign.
This Cougars team averaging only 224 yards of offense they gave up per game. You guys had 248 at halftime.
Yeah, I knew at halftime that the stats were really one-sided. The scoreboard just didn't quite reflect it there. We had one drive where we had to punt, I do believe, and we shanked it. That's led to their score. Swinley had 5 possessions in the first half. 4 of them were able to convert. So we really thought, again, we were in the same position as we were 7 days ago. Could we come out at halftime, field the kick or whatever, and then go down and score and really, at that point take control of the game? Last week we couldn't do that, and then as it turned out, we were in a dogfight to the last, 15, 20 seconds. And tonight we were able to come out in the third quarter, get the ball, score, get another stop, score, get the clock running. I thought we really showed some growth from 7 days ago.
I'm going to have to go back and look at some numbers this week, Coach, because I honestly don't know the last time this happened. But 2 running backs over 100 yards tonight. Noah Wallace, a career-high 146. Isaac goes for 118. And it was bruising runs that you guys set it up with the way that you attack the middle of the line. But then getting those outside runs and those stretch runs is really where you got your money.
Yeah, just looking at your stats here, over 9 yards a carry, that's just phenomenal. You'll take that anytime. That's stuff you don't normally see. But, to have 2 guys over 100 yards, and Isaac really got kind of going in the second half there. And then Noah just, touching the ball and being electric. We had a couple explosive runs tonight that maybe we haven't had in a few weeks or as much throughout the season as we had hoped for. But I thought tonight our guys really honed in. Again, it all starts up front. Our offensive line just really experienced, really stayed on, on their keys and made some adjustments throughout the game. They threw a couple defenses at us that we hadn't exactly planned for. But, again, just have that experience and our running backs really being physical. And I know finishing runs, I think, was the biggest thing tonight. And, again, you put up, 49 points in the 4th round of playoffs. You got to be proud of where you're at and, lucky to get 7 more days together.
Your Coach Terry and I were talking about this, the way that they came at you guys with some blitzes and the routes that they were trying to go at you defensively. It opened up a lot of that stuff underneath, and those crossing patterns, that big one there to Parker Fannin that led to 6, it was taking what the defense was giving you.
Yeah, they had done a couple things there that we actually hadn't exactly seen. They were an even front team, but they played their linebackers a little different tonight, particularly on the edge there, I think trying to take away some of our inside run game. We thought we could maybe get the ball in the middle of the field tonight a little bit. Didn't know exactly how early we could do that without getting some run game going first. I think it was about the 2nd or 3rd possession there. We got the ball in the middle of the field. And then from there, just kind of Katie bar the door when you get people on their heels and you start mixing your runs and your passes and who's running the ball and how they're running the ball. That really changes things up. And our guys were able to make some throws. I thought Logan was really sharp tonight. Our guys made some catches. And again, after the catch tonight, our guys are really explosive.
Well, Coach, I'll ask you the same thing we've talked about all 4 weeks. Tomorrow morning, let's talk sports. Can we do it one more time?
Oh yeah, let's do it one more time. We're just fortunate and feel grateful to get 7 more days together, and what a great home crowd tonight. The last couple of weeks, crowds maybe been down a little bit, and last week was just bitter cold, and then I think maybe 2 weeks ago we had some rain or something like that, and I thought the home crowd tonight was outstanding, and really proud of those 16 seniors, man. It's hard walking off the field even if you're victorious. For the last time, that's a lot of finality. They're going to have the opportunity to practice and play on a big stage and do big things for our program next Friday at Kroger Field. But tonight, just a lot of finality for them. This was their senior night, So proud of those guys and leadership they've been able to give us. It's unheard of. I really feel like that all season long that you move forward every week, and you always have setbacks in there somewhere along the way. And we've had some ebbs and flows, there's no question about it, but by and large, we've been able to move forward every week and hope to do it one more time.
Well, Coach, what we'll do tomorrow morning, if we can, let's bring in some offensive guys. Let's bring in some defensive guys. We'll do 2 segments in the morning to really set up this trip to Kroger Field. We'll make a big deal out of it. It certainly is one. All right, man. We really appreciate all the coverage and, again, just feel fortunate to what we've built here. And our facility this year is phenomenal. What a great story getting the turf and being able to take it all the way to the end. So, we're excited and honored for the opportunity in 7 days. Coach, congratulations on the win. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning. Thanks, Jim. That'll do it for our coverage here tonight. Again, a hat tip to our crew. Shayla Newman working as our sideline reporter, is a 3rd member of our crew, also doing a fabulous job on camera work from the sideline. Ben Spicer was with us this evening. He brought in some great coverage from the other sideline as well as into some of the stuff on field, especially during there in the celebration. Austin Ray working the robotic cameras tonight. He had 2 cameras he was operating at once and did a phenomenal job with that. Hunter Masters has been with us throughout the entirety of the postseason as well as several regular season games. Our primary operator up top done a remarkable job all the way through. And, of course, our executive producer, MJ McKay, rocking it, my man. Just continue doing what you do, and you make us look great with all these things that you – if you could see the wiring that is going on right now, I mean, it looks like we've got a nuclear reactor over here. He pushes the wrong button, everything's just going to go sideways. But, MJ, phenomenal job by you. And, of course, without last but definitely not least, my color commentary tonight, brought in by Brent Terry. My man, you rocked it, and I greatly appreciate you joining me.
Well, I appreciate it. Appreciate you making me feel at home, and appreciate all the people from Raceland making me feel home here in the press box tonight. It was a great experience, and looking forward to next week. Absolutely.
John, we'll be back with you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, right here on the Kool Sports Network for Let's Talk Sports. We'll have Raceland in the house. We'll preview the matchup with Pikeville. We'll look around scores from around college football, some big games in college football tomorrow morning. And, of course, the Border Sporting Goods Rant of the Week. I've been boiling on this one all week. All tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock right here on the Kool Sports Network. So our final game here on the carpet. And the Rams are on a magic carpet ride. They're headed to Kroger Field next Friday, high noon, against Pikeville for all the marbles in Class Single A. For Austin Ray, Shaylin Newman, Hunter Masters, MJ McKay, Brent Terry, and all the great folks at the Kool Sports Network, I'm James Collier saying good night from the state semifinals. And the Rams are on to Kroger with a 49-6 victory over Holy Cross. Good night, everyone.
You've been watching and listening to the KHSAA Class A football playoffs semifinals between Raceland and Holy Cross on the Kool Sports Network and Kool TV. Tonight's game was brought to you in part by Clark's Pump and Shops of the Tri-State, River Cities Builders, A&A Porta Potties, Stoltz Pharmacy, First and People's Bank, Trace Hermanos Mexican Restaurant, Ashland Community and Technical College, Ashland Credit Union, Raceland Christian Church, Members Choice Credit Union, Bowman's Auto and Collision Center, Fairchild Autos, Amy for Africa, and Raceland Worthington Schools. This broadcast of Raceland Rams football has been an exclusive sports presentation of the Kool Sports Network and Kool TV.